This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Vanity Fair, William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 54, Sunday After the Battle. The mansion of Sir Pitt Crawley in Great Gaunt Street was just beginning to dress itself for the day, as Rawdon, in his evening costume, which he had now worn 2 days, passed by the scared female who was scouring the steps, and entered into his brother's study. Lady Jane, in her morning gown, was up and above stairs in the nursery, superintending the toilets of her children, and listening to the morning prayers which the little creatures performed at her knee. Every morning she and they performed this duty privately, and before the public ceremonial at which Sir Pitt presided, and at which all the people of the household were expected to assemble. Rawdon sat down in the study before the baronet's table, set out with orderly blue books and the letters, the neatly docketed bills and symmetrical pamphlets, the locked account books, desks, and dispatch boxes, the Bible, the Quarterly Review, and the Court Guide, which all stood as if on parade awaiting the inspection of their chief. A book of family sermons, one of which Sir Pitt was in the habit of administering to his family on Sunday mornings, lay ready on the study table and awaiting his judicious selection. And by the sermon book was the Observer newspaper, damp and neatly folded, and for Sir Pitt's own private use. His gentleman alone took the opportunity of perusing the newspaper before he laid it by his master's desk. Before he brought it into the study that morning, he had read in the journal a flaming account of festivities at Gaunt House, with all the names of the distinguished personages invited by the Marquis of Steyne to meet His Royal Highness. Having read comments upon this entertainment to the housekeeper and her niece as they were taking early tea and hot buttered toast in the former lady's apartment, and wondered how the rotting Crawleys could get on, the valet had damped and folded the paper once more, so that it looked quite fresh and innocent against the arrival of the master of the house. Poor Rawdon took up the paper and began to try and read it until his brother should arrive. But the print fell blank upon his eyes, and he did not know in the least what he was reading. The government news and appointments, which Sir Pitt as a public man was bound to peruse, otherwise he would by no means permit the introduction of Sunday papers into his household. The theatrical criticisms, the fight for £100 a side between the Barking Butcher and the Tutbury Pet, the Gaunt House Chronicle itself, which contained a most complimentary though guarded account of all the famous charades, of which Mrs. Becky had been the heroine. All these passed as in a haze before Rawdon, as he sat awaiting the arrival of the chief of the family. Punctually, as the shrill-toned bell of the black marble study clock began to chime 9, Sir Pitt made his appearance, fresh, neat, smugly shaved, with a waxen-clean face and a stiff shirt collar, his scanty hair combed and oiled, trimming his nails as he descended the stairs majestically in a starched cravat and a grey flannel dressing-gown. A real old English gentleman, in a word, a model of neatness and every propriety. He started when he saw poor Rawdon in his study in tumbled clothes, with bloodshot eyes, and his hair over his face. He thought his brother was not sober, and had been all night on some orgy. "Good gracious, Rawdon," he said with a blank face, "what brings you here at this time of the morning? Why ain't you at home?" "Home," said Rawdon with a wild laugh. "Don't be frightened, Pitt. I'm not drunk. Shut the door. I want to speak to you." Pitt closed the door and came up to the table, where he sat down in the other armchair, that one placed for the reception of the steward, agent, or confidential visitor who came to transact business with the baronet, and trimmed his nails more vehemently than ever. "Pitt, it's all over with me," the colonel said after a pause. "I'm done." "I always said it would come to this," the baronet cried peevishly, and beating a tattoo with his clean-trimmed nails. "I warned you 1,000 times. I can't help you any more. Every shilling of my money is tied up. Even the £100 that Jane took you last night were promised to my lawyer tomorrow morning, and the want of it will put me to great inconvenience. I don't mean to say that I won't assist you ultimately, but as for paying your creditors in full, I might as well hope to pay the national debt. It is madness, sheer madness, to think of such a thing. You must come to a compromise. It's a painful thing for the family, but everyone does it. There was George Kitely, Lord Wrangell's son, went through the court last week, and was what they call whitewashed, I believe. Lord Ragland would not pay a shilling for him, and— "It's not money I want," Rawdon broke in. "I've not come to you about myself. Never mind what happens to me." "What is the matter, then?" said Pitt, somewhat relieved. "It's the boy," said Rawdon in a husky voice. "I want you to promise me that you will take charge of him when I'm gone. That dear good wife of yours has always been good to him, and he's fonder of her than he is of his— Damn it! Look here, Pitt, you know that I was to have had Miss Crawley's money. I wasn't brought up like a younger brother, but was always encouraged to be extravagant and kept idle. But for this I might have been quite a different man. I didn't do my duty with the regiment so bad. You know how I was thrown over about the money and who got it. After the sacrifices I have made and the manner in which I have stood by you, I think this sort of reproach is useless," Sir Pitt said. "Your marriage was your own doing, not mine." "That's over now," said Rawdon. "That's over now." And the words were wrenched from him with a groan, which made his brother start. "Good God! Is she dead?" said Pitt with a voice of genuine alarm and commiseration. "I wish I was," Rawdon replied. "If it wasn't for little Rawdon, I'd have cut my throat this morning, and that damned villain's too." Sir Pitt instantly guessed the truth, and surmised that Lord Steyne was the person whose life Rawdon wished to take. The colonel told his senior briefly, and in broken accents, the circumstances of the case. "It was a regular plan between that scoundrel and her," he said. "The bailiffs were put upon me. I was taken as I was going out of his house, when I wrote to her for money. She said she was ill in bed, and put me off to another day. And when I got home, I found her in diamonds and sitting with that villain alone." He then went on to describe hurriedly the personal conflict with Lord Steyne. "To an affair of that nature, of course," he said, "there was but one issue, and after his conference with his brother, he was going away to make the necessary arrangements for the meeting which must ensue. And as it may end fatally for me," Rawdon said with a broken voice, "and as the boy has no mother, I must leave him to you and Jane. Pitt, Only it will be a comfort to me if you will promise me to be his friend." The elder brother was much affected, and shook Rawdon's hand with a cordiality seldom exhibited by him. Rawdon passed his hand over his shaggy eyebrows. "Thank you, brother," said he. "I know I can trust your word." "I will, upon my honor," the baronet said, and thus, and almost mutely, this bargain was struck between them. Then Rawdon took out of his pocket the little pocket-book which he had discovered in Becky's desk, and from which he drew a bundle of notes which it contained. "Here's 600, he said. "You didn't know I was so rich. I want you to give the money to Briggs, who lent it to us, and who was so kind to the boy. And I've always felt ashamed of having taken the poor old woman's money. And here's some more. I've only kept back a few pounds, which Becky may as well have, to get on with." As he spoke, he took hold of the other notes to give his brother, but his hand shook, and he was so agitated that the pocket-book fell from him, and out of it the 1,000-pound note, which had been the last of the unlucky Becky's winnings. Pitt stooped and picked them up, amazed at so much wealth. "Not that," Rawdon said. "I hope to put a bullet into the man whom that belongs to." He had thought to himself it would be a fine revenge to wrap a ball in the note and kill Stein with it. After this colloquy, the brothers once more shook hands and parted. Lady Jane had heard of the Colonel's arrival, and was waiting for her husband in the adjoining dining-room, with female instinct auguring evil. The door of the dining-room happened to be left open, and the lady, of course, was issuing from it as the two brothers passed out of the study. She held out her hand to Rawdon, and said she was glad he was come to breakfast, though she could perceive, by his haggard, unshorn face, and the dark looks of her husband, that there was very little question of breakfast between them. Rawdon muttered some excuses about an engagement, squeezing hard the timid little hand which his sister-in-law reached out to him. Her imploring eyes could read nothing but calamity in his face, but he went away without another word. Nor did Sir Pitt vouchsafe her any explanation. The children came up to salute him, and he kissed them in his usual frigid manner. The mother took both of them close to herself, and held a hand of each of them as they knelt down to prayers, which Sir Pitt read to them, and to the servants in their Sunday suits or liveries, ranged upon chairs on the other side of the hissing tea-urn. Breakfast was so late that day, in consequence of the delays which had occurred, that the church bells began to ring whilst they were sitting over their meal, and Lady Jane was too ill, she said, to go to church, though her thoughts had been entirely astray during the period of family devotion. Rawdon Crawley meanwhile hurried on from Great Gaunt Street, and knocking at the great bronze Medusa's head which stands at the portal of Gaunt House, brought out the purple Silenus in a red and silver waistcoat, who acts as porter of that palace. The man was scared also by the Colonel's dishevelled appearance, and barred the way as if afraid that the other was going to force it. But Colonel Crawley only took out a card, and enjoyed him particularly to send it in to Lord Stein, and to mark the address written on it, and say that Colonel Crawley would be all day after 1 o'clock at the Regent Club in St. James Street. not at home. The fat, red-faced man looked after him with astonishment as he strode away. So did the people in their Sunday clothes who were out so early. The charity boys, with shining faces, the greengrocer lolling at his door, and the publican shutting his shutters in the sunshine, against service commenced. The people joked at the cab stand about his appearance as he took a carriage there, and told the driver to take him to Knightsbridge Barracks. All the bells were jangling and tolling as he reached that place. He might have seen his old acquaintance Amelia on her way from Brompton to Russell Square, had he been looking out. Troops of schools were on their march to church, and the shiny pavement and outside of coaches in the suburbs were thronged with people out upon their Sunday pleasure. But the colonel was much too busy to take any heed of this phenomena, and arriving at Knightsbridge, speedily made his way up to the room of his old friend and comrade, Captain McMurdo, who Crawley found, to his satisfaction, was in barracks. Captain McMurdo, a veteran officer and Waterloo man, greatly liked by his regiment, in which want of money alone prevented him from attaining the highest ranks, was enjoying the forenoon calmly in bed. He had been at a fast supper party given the night before by Captain the Honourable George Cinquebars at his house in Brompton Square, to several young men of his regiment and a number of ladies of the corps de ballet. And old Mac, who was at home with people of all ages and ranks, and consorted with generals, dog fanciers, opera dancers, bruisers, and every kind of person, in a word, was resting himself after the night's labors, and not being on duty, was in bed. His room was hung round with boxing, sporting, and dancing pictures, presented to him by comrades as they retired from the regiment, and married and settled into quiet life. And as he was now nearly 50 years of age, 24 of which he had passed in the corps, he had a singular museum. He was one of the best shots in England, and, for a heavy man, one of the best riders. Indeed, he and Crawley had been rivals when the latter was in the army. To be brief, Mr. McMurdo was lying in bed, reading in Bell's Life an account of that very fight between the Tutbury Pet and the Barking Butcher, which has been before mentioned. A venerable, bristly warrior, with a little close-shaved gray head, with a silk nightcap, a red face and nose, and a great dyed mustache. When Rawdon told the captain he wanted a friend, the latter knew perfectly well on what duty of friendship he was called to act, and indeed had conducted scores of affairs for his acquaintances with the greatest prudence and skill. His Royal Highness, the late lamented Commander-in-Chief, had had the greatest regard for McMurdo on this account, and he was the common refuge of gentlemen in trouble. "What's the row about, Crawley, my boy?" said the old warrior. "No more gambling business, hey? Like when we shot Captain Marker." "It's about my wife," Crawley answered, casting down his eyes and turning very red. The other gave a whistle. "I always said she'd throw you over," he began. "Indeed, there were bets in the regiment and at the clubs regarding the probable fate of Colonel Crawley. So lightly was his wife's character esteemed by his comrades and the world." But seeing the savage look with which Rawdon answered, the expression of this opinion, McMurdo did not think fit to enlarge upon it farther. "Is there no way out of it, old boy?" the captain continued in a grave tone. "Is it only suspicion, you know, or what is it? Any letters? Can't you keep it quiet? Best not to make any noise about a thing of that sort, if you can help it." Think of his only finding her out now, the captain thought to himself, and remembered 100 particular conversations at the mess table in which Miss Crawley's reputation had been torn to shreds. "There's no way but one out of it," Raleigh replied, "and there's only a way out of it for one of us. Mac, do you understand? I was put out of the way, arrested. I found them alone together. I told him he was a liar and a coward, and knocked him down and thrashed him." "Serve him right," McMurdo said. "Who is it?" Rawdon answered, it was Lord Steyne. "The deuce! A marquis! They said they said you—" "What the devil do you mean?" roared out Rawdon. "Do you mean that you ever heard a fellow doubt about my wife, and didn't tell me, Mac?" "The world's very censorious, old boy," the other replied. "What the deuce was the good of my telling you what any tomfools talked about?" "It was damned unfriendly, Mac," said Rawdon, quite overcome, and, covering his face with his hands, he gave way to an emotion, the sight of which caused the tough old campaigner opposite him to wince with sympathy. "Hold up, old boy," he said. "Great man or not, we'll put a bullet in him, damn him. And as for women, they're all so." "You don't know how fond I was of that one," Rawdon said, half inarticulately. "Damn, I followed her like a footman. I gave up everything I had to her. I'm a beggar because I would marry her. By Jove, sir, I've pawned my own watch in order to get her anything she fancied, and she's been making a purse for herself all the time, and grudged me £100 to get me out of quod." He then fiercely and incoherently, and with an agitation under which his counsellor had never before seen him labor, told McMurdo the circumstances of the story. His adviser caught at some stray hints in it. "She may be innocent after all," he said. "She says so. Steyne has been 100 times alone with her in the house before." "It may be so," Rawdon answered sadly, "but this don't look very innocent." And he showed the captain the £1,000 note which he had found in Becky's pocketbook. "This is what he gave her, Mac, and she kept it unknown to me. And with this money in the house, she refused to stand by me when I was locked up." The captain could not but own that the secreting of the money had a very ugly look. Whilst they were engaged in this conference, Rawdon dispatched Captain McMurdo's servant to Curzon Street, with an order to the domestic there to give up a bag of clothes of which the colonel had great need. And during the man's absence, and with great labor and a Johnson's dictionary, which stood them in much stead, Rawdon and his second composed a letter, which the latter was to send to Lord Steyne. Captain McMurdo had the honor of waiting upon the Marquis of Steyne, on the part of Colonel Rawdon Crawley, and begged to intimate that he was empowered by the colonel to make any arrangements for the meeting which, he had no doubt, it was his lordship's intention to demand, and which the circumstances of the morning had rendered inevitable. Captain McMurdo begged Lord Steyne, in the most polite manner, to appoint a friend with whom he, Captain M., might communicate, and desired that the meeting might take place with as little delay as possible. In a postscript, the captain stated that he had in his possession a banknote for a large amount, which Colonel Crawley had reason to suppose was the property of the Marquis of Stein, and he was anxious on the colonel's behalf to give up the note to its owner. By the time this note was composed, the captain's servant returned from his mission to Colonel Crawley's house in Curzon Street, but without the carpet-bag and portmanteau for which he had been sent, and with a very puzzled and odd face. "They won't give 'em up," said the man. "There's a regular shinty in the house, and everything at 6s and 7s. The landlords come in and took possession. The servants was a-drinking up in the drawing-room. They said you had gone off with the plate, Colonel." The man added after a pause, "One of the servants is off already, and Trotter, the man, as was very noisy and drunk indeed, says nothing shall go out of the house until his wages is paid up." The account of this little revolution in Mayfair astonished and gave a little gaiety to the otherwise very triste conversation. The two officers laughed at Rawdon's discomfort. "I'm glad the little un isn't at home," Rawdon said, biting his nails. "You remember him, Mac, don't you, in the riding school? How he sat at the kicker, to be sure, didn't he?" "That he did, old boy," said the good-natured captain. Little Rawdon was then sitting, one of 50 gown boys, in the chapel of Whitefriars School, thinking, not about the sermon, but about going home next Saturday, when his father would certainly tip him, and perhaps would take him to the play. "He's a regular trump, that boy," the father went on, still musing about his son. "I say, Mac, if anything goes wrong, if I drop, I should like you to go and see him, you know, and say that I was very fond of him, and dash it, old chap, give him these gold sleeve buttons. It's all I've got." He covered his face with his black hands, over which the tears rolled and made furrows of white. Mr. McMurdo had also occasion to take off his silk nightcap and rub it across his eyes. "Go down and order some breakfast," he said to his man in a loud, cheerful voice. "What'll you have, Crawley? Some deviled kidneys and herring, let's say, and Clay, lay out some dressing things for the colonel. We were always pretty much of a size, Rawdon, my boy, and neither of us ride so light as we did when we first entered the corps." With which, and leaving the colonel to dress himself, McMurdo turned round towards the wall and resumed the perusal of Bell's Life, until such time as his friend's toilet was complete, and he was at liberty to commence his own. This, as he was about to meet a lord, Captain McMurdo performed with particular care. He waxed his mustachios into a state of brilliant polish, and put on a tight cravat and a trim buff waistcoat, so that all the young officers in the mess-room, whither Crawley had preceded his friend, complimented Mac on his appearance at breakfast, and asked if he was going to be married that Sunday. End of chapter 54.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Nussbaum, Highland Park, New Jersey. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 55, in which the same subject is pursued. Becky did not rally from the state of stupor and confusion in which the events of the previous night had plunged her intrepid spirit, until the bells of the Curzon Street chapels were ringing for afternoon service, and rising from her bed she began to ply her own bell in order to summon the French maid who had left her some hours before. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley rang many times in vain, and though on the last occasion she rang with such vehemence as to pull down the bell-rope, Mademoiselle Fifine did not make her appearance. No, not though her mistress, in a great pet, and with the bell-rope in her hand, came out to the landing-place with her hair over her shoulders, and screamed out repeatedly for her attendant. The truth is, she had quitted the premises for many hours, and upon that permission which is called French leave among us. After picking up the trinkets in the drawing-room, Mademoiselle had ascended to her own apartments, packed and corded her own boxes there, tripped out and called a cab for herself, brought down her trunks with her own hand, and without ever so much as asking the aid of any of the other servants, who would probably have refused it, as they hated her cordially, and without wishing any one of them good-bye, had made her exit from Curzon Street. The game, in her opinion, was over in that little domestic establishment. Fifine went off in a cab, as we have known more exalted persons of her nation to do under similar circumstances. But, more provident or lucky than these, she secured not only her own property, but some of her mistress's, if indeed that lady could be said to have any property at all, and not only carried off the trinkets before alluded to, and some favourite dresses on which she had long kept an eye, but 4 richly gilt Louis XIV candlesticks, 6 gilt albums, keepsakes, and books of beauty, a gold enamelled snuff-box, which had once belonged to Madame du Barry, and the sweetest little inkstand and mother-of-pearl blotting-book, which Becky used when she composed her charming little pink notes, had vanished from the premises in Curzon Street together with Mademoiselle Fifine, and all the silver laid on the table for the little festin which Rawdon interrupted. The plated ware Mademoiselle left behind her was too cumbrous, probably for which reason, no doubt, she also left the fire-irons, the chimney-glasses, and the Rosewood Cottage piano. A lady very like her subsequently kept a milliner's shop in the Rue du Helder at Paris, where she lived with great credit and enjoyed the patronage of my Lord Stein. This person always spoke of England as of the most treacherous country in the world, and stated to her young pupils that she had been affreusement volée by natives of that island. It was no doubt compassion for her misfortunes which induced the Marquis de Stein to be so very kind to Madame de Saint-Amarant. May she flourish, as she deserves. She appears no more in our quarter of Vanity Fair. Hearing a buzz and a stir below, and indignant at the impudence of those servants who would not answer her summons, Mrs. Crawley flung her morning robe around her, and descended majestically to the drawing-room, whence the noise proceeded. The cook was there with blackened face, seated on the beautiful chintz sofa by the side of Mrs. Raggles, to whom she was administering maraschino. The page with the sugar-loaf buttons, who carried about Becky's pink notes and jumped about her little carriage with such alacrity, was now engaged putting his fingers into a cream dish. The footman was talking to Raggles, who had a face full of perplexity and woe, and yet, though the door was open, and Becky had been screaming a half-dozen of times a few feet off, not one of her attendants had obeyed her call. "Have a little drop, Dewey, now, Mrs. Raggles," the cook was saying as Becky entered, the white cashmere dressing-gown flouncing around her. "Simpson, Trotter," the mistress of the house cried in great wrath, "how dare you stay here when you heard me call? How dare you sit down in my presence? Where's my maid?" The page withdrew his fingers from his mouth with a momentary terror, but the cook took off a glass of maraschino of which Mrs. Raggles had had enough, staring at Becky over the little gilt glass as she drained its contents. The liquor appeared to give the odious rebel courage. "Yours, Sophie, indeed," Mrs. Cook said. I'm a-settin' on Mrs. Raggles' Sophy. Don't you stir, Mrs. Raggles, mum. I'm a-settin' on Mr. and Mrs. Raggles' Sophy, which they bought with honest money, and very dear it cost 'em too. And I'm thinking if I set here until I'm paid my wages, I shall set a precious long time, Mrs. Raggles. And set I will, too, ha! And with this she filled herself another glass of the liquor and drank it with a more hideously satirical air. "Trotter, Simpson, turn that drunken wretch out!" screamed Mrs. Crawley. "I shan't," said Trotter the footman. "Turn out yourself. Pay our salaries and turn me out too. We'll go fast enough." "Are you all here to insult me?" cried Becky in a fury. "When Colonel Crawley comes home, I'll—" At this the servants burst into a hoarse haw-haw, in which, however, Raggles, who still kept a most melancholy countenance, did not join. "He ain't a-comin' back," Mr. Trotter resumed. "He sent for his things, and I wouldn't let 'em go, although Mr. Raggles would. And I don't believe he's no more a colonel than I am. He's hoff, and I suppose you're a-goin' after him. You're no better than swindlers, both on you. Don't be a-bullyin' me. I won't stand it. Pay us our salaries, I say. Pay us our salaries." It was evident from Mr. Trotter's flushed countenance and defective intonation that he, too, had had recourse to venous stimulus. "Mr. Raggles," said Becky in a passion of vexation, "will you not surely let me be insulted by that drunken man?" "Hold your noise, Trotter, do now," said Simpson the page. He was affected by his mistress's deplorable situation, and succeeded in preventing an outrageous denial of the epithet drunken on the footman's part. "Oh, ma'am," said Ruggles, "I never thought to live to see this year day. I've known the Crawley family ever since I was born. I lived butler with Miss Crawley for 30 years, and I little thought one of that family was a-goin' to ruing me. Yes, ruing me," said the poor fellow with tears in his eyes. "Are you a-goin' to pay me? You've lived in this house 4 year. You've had my substance, my plate and linen. You owe me a milk and butter bill o' £200. You must have no laid hedges for your omelettes and cream for your spaniel dog." "She didn't care what her own flesh and blood had," interposed the cook. "Many's the time he'd have starved but for me." "He's a charity boy now, cookie," said Mr. Trotter with a drunken ha-ha, and honest Raggles continued in a lamentable tone an enumeration of his griefs. All he said was true. Becky and her husband had ruined him. He had bills coming due next week and no means to meet them. He would be sold up and turned out of his shop and his house because he had trusted to the Crawley family. His tears and lamentations made Becky more peevish than ever. "You all seem to be against me," she said bitterly. "What do you want? I can't pay you on Sunday. Come back tomorrow and I'll pay you everything. I thought Colonel Crawley had settled with you. He will tomorrow. I declare to you upon my honour that he left home this morning with £1,500 in his pocket-book. He has left me nothing. Apply to him. Give me a bonnet and shawl and let me go out and find him. There was a difference between us this morning. You all seem to know it. I promise you upon my word that you shall all be paid. He has got a good appointment. Let me go out and find him." This audacious statement caused Raggles and the other personages present to look at one another with a wild surprise, and with it Rebecca left them. She went upstairs and dressed herself, this time without the aid of her French maid. She went into Rawdon's room, and there saw that a trunk and bag were packed ready for removal, with a penciled direction that they should be given when called for. Then she went into the Frenchwoman's garret. Everything was clean and all the drawers emptied there. She bethought herself of the trinkets which had been left on the ground, and felt certain that the woman had fled. "Good heavens, was ever such ill luck as mine," she said, "to be so near, and to lose all? Is it all too late?" No, there was one chance more. She dressed herself and went away, unmolested this time, but alone. It was 4 o'clock. She went swiftly down the streets. She had no money to pay for a carriage, and never stopped until she came to Sir Pitt Crawley's door, in Great Gaunt Street. Where was Lady Jane Crawley? She was at church. Becky was not sorry. Sir Pitt was in his study, and had given orders not to be disturbed. She must see him. She slipped by the sentinel in livery at once, and was in Sir Pitt's room before the astonished baronet had even laid down the paper. He turned red and started back from her with a look of great alarm and horror. "Do not look so," she said. "I am not guilty, Pitt, dear Pitt. You were my friend once. Before God, I am not guilty. I seem so. Everything is against me. And oh, at such a moment, just when all my hopes were about to be realized, just when happiness was in store for us." "Is it true what I see in the paper, then?" Sir Pitt said, a paragraph which had greatly surprised him. "It is true. Lord Steyne told me on Friday night, the night of that fatal ball. He has been promised an appointment many times these 6 months. Mr. Martyr, the colonial secretary, told him yesterday that it was made out. That unlucky arrest ensued. That horrible meeting. I was only guilty of too much devotedness to Rawdon's service. I have received Lord Steyne a loan 100 times before. I confess I had money of which Rawdon knew nothing. Don't you know how careless he is of it, and could I dare to confide it to him?" And so she went on with a perfectly connected story, which she poured into the ears of her perplexed kinsman. It was the following effect. Becky owned, with perfect frankness, but deep contrition, that having remarked Lord Steyne's partiality for her, at the mention of which Pitt blushed, and being secure of her own virtue, she had determined to turn the great peer's attachment to the advantage of herself and her family. "I looked for a peerage for you, Pitt," she said. The brother-in-law again turned red. "We have talked about it. Your genius and Lord Steyne's interest made it more than probable, had not this dreadful calamity come to put an end to all our hopes. But first I own that it was my object to rescue my dear husband, him who I love in spite of all his ill usage and suspicions of me, to remove him from the poverty and ruin which was impending over us. I saw Lord Steyne's partiality for me," she said, casting down her eyes. "I own that I did everything in my power to make myself pleasing to him, and as far as an honest woman may, to secure his esteem. It was only on Friday morning that the news arrived of the death of the governor of Coventry Island, and my lord instantly secured the appointment for my dear husband. It was intended as a surprise for him. He was to see it in the papers today. Even after that horrid arrest took place, the expenses of which Lord Steyne generously said he would settle, so that I was in a manner prevented from coming to my husband's assistance, my lord was laughing with me and saying that my dearest Rawdon would be consoled when he read of his appointment in the paper, in that shocking spun bailiff's house. And then he came home. His suspicions were excited. The dreadful scene took place between my lord and my cruel, cruel Rawdon. And, oh my God, what will happen next? Pitt, dear Pitt, pity me and reconcile us." And as she spoke she flung herself down on her knees, and bursting into tears, seized hold of Pitt's hand, which she kissed passionately. It was in this very attitude that Lady Jane, who, returning from church, ran to her husband's room directly she heard Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was closeted there, found the baronet and his sister-in-law. "I am surprised that woman has the audacity to enter this house," Lady Jane said, trembling in every limb and turning quite pale. Her ladyship had sent out her maid directly after breakfast, who had communicated with Raggles and Rawdon Crawley's household, who had told her all, and a great deal more than they knew, of that story, and many others besides. How dare Mrs. Crawley to enter the house of an honest family? Sir Pitt started back, amazed at his wife's display of vigor. Becky still kept her kneeling posture and clung to Sir Pitt's hand. "Tell her that she does not know all. Tell her that I am innocent, dear Pitt," she whimpered out. "Upon my word, my love, I think you do Mrs. Crawley injustice," Sir Pitt said, at which speech Rebecca was vastly relieved. "Indeed, I believe her to be—" "To be what?" cried Lady Jane, her clear voice thrilling and her heart beating violently as she spoke. "To be a wicked woman, a heartless mother, a false wife. She never loved her dear little boy, who used to fly here and tell me of her cruelty to him. She never came into a family, but she strove to bring misery with her, and to weaken the most sacred affections with her wicked flattery and falsehoods. She has deceived her husband, as she has deceived everybody. Her soul is black with vanity, worldliness, and all sorts of crime. I tremble when I touch her. I keep my children out of her sight." "Lady Jane," cried Sir Pitt, starting up, "this is really language—" "I have been a true and faithful wife to you, Sir Pitt," Lady Jane continued intrepidly. "I have kept my marriage vow as I made it to God, and have been obedient and gentle as a wife should. But righteous obedience has its limits, and I declare that I will not bear that woman again under my roof. If she enters it, I and my children will leave it. She is not worthy to sit down with Christian people. You must choose, sir, between her and me." And with this my lady swept out of the room, fluttering with her own audacity, and leaving Rebecca and Sir Pitt not a little astonished at it. As for Becky, she was not hurt, nay, she was pleased. "It was the diamond clasp you gave me," she said to Sir Pitt, reaching him out her hand. And before she left him, for which event you may be sure my Lady Jane was looking out from her dressing-room window in the upper story, the baronet had promised to go and seek out his brother, and endeavour to bring about a reconciliation. Rawdon found some of the young fellows of the regiment seated in the mess-room at breakfast, and was induced without much difficulty to partake of that meal, and of the devilled legs of fowls and soda-water with which these young gentlemen fortified themselves. Then they had a conversation befitting the day and their time of life, about the next pigeon match at Battersea, with relative bets upon Ross and Osbaldiston, about Mademoiselle Hariane of the French Opera, who had left her, and how she was consoled by Panther Carr, and about the fight between the butcher and the pet, and the probabilities that it was a cross. Young Tandyman, a hero of 17, laboriously endeavouring to get up a pair of mustachios, had seen the fight, and spoke in the most scientific manner about the battle and the condition of the men. It was he who had driven the butcher onto the ground in his drag, and passed the whole of the previous night with him. Had there not been foul play, he must have won it. All the old files in the ring were in it, and Tandyman wouldn't pay. No, dammy, he wouldn't pay. It was but a year since the young cornet, now so knowing a hand in Cribb's parlour, had a still lingering liking for toffee, and used to be birched at Eton. So they went on talking about dancers, fights, drinking, demi-reps, until McMurdo came down and joined the boys in the conversation. He did not appear to think that any special reverence was due to their boyhood. The old fellow cut in with stories to the fullest choice as any the youngest rake present had to tell, nor did his own grey hairs nor the smooth faces detain him. Old Mac was famous for his good stories. He was not exactly a ladies' man. That is, men asked him to dine rather at the houses of their mistresses than of their mothers. There can scarcely be a life lower, perhaps, than his, but he was quite contented with it, such as it was, and led it in perfect good nature, simplicity, and modesty of demeanour. By the time Mac had finished a copious breakfast, most of the others had concluded their meal. Young Lord Vorenus was smoking an immense meerschaum pipe, while Captain Hughes was employed with a cigar. That violent little devil Tandyman, with his little bull-terrier between his legs, was tossing for shillings with all his might (that fellow was always at some game or other) against Captain de Sauce, and Mac and Rawdon walked off to the club, neither, of course, having given any hint of the business which was occupying their mind. Both, on the other hand, had joined pretty gaily in the conversation, for why should they interrupt it? Feasting, drinking, ribaldry, laughter, go on alongside of all sorts of other occupations in Vanity Fair. The crowds were pouring out of church as Rawdon and his friend passed down St. James's Street and entered into their club. The old bucks and habitués who ordinarily stand gaping and grinning out of the great front window of the club had not arrived at their posts as yet. The newspaper room was almost empty. One man was present whom Rawdon did not know, another to whom he owed a little score for whist, and whom in consequence he did not care to meet. A third was reading the Royalist, a periodical famous for its scandal and its attachment to Church and King, Sunday paper at the table, and looking up at Crawley with some interest, said, "Crawley, I congratulate you." "What do you mean?" said the Colonel. "It's in the Observer and the Royalist too," said Mr. Smith. "What?" Rawdon cried, turning very red. He thought that the affair with Lord Steyne was already in the public prints. Smith looked up, wondering and smiling at the agitation which the Colonel exhibited as he took up the paper and trembling began to read. Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, the gentleman with whom Rawdon had the outstanding whist account, had been talking about the Colonel just before he came in. "It has come just in the nick of time," said Smith. "I suppose Crawley had not a shilling in the world." "It's a wind that blows everybody good," Mr. Brown said. "He can't go away without paying me a pony he owes me." "What's the salary?" asked Smith. 2,000 or 3,000, answered the other, "but the climate's so infernal they don't enjoy it long. Liverseege died after 18 months of it, and the man before went off in 6 weeks, I hear. Some people say his brother is a very clever man. I always found him to be a bore," Smith ejaculated. "He must have good interest, though. He must have got the Colonel the place." "He," said Brown with a sneer. "Pooh, it was Lord Steyne got it." "How do you mean?" "A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband," answered the other enigmatically, and went to read his papers. Rawdon, for his part, read in the Royalist the following astonishing paragraph: Governorship of Coventry Island. HMS Yellowjack, Commander Jaunders, has brought letters and papers from Coventry Island. H.E. Sir Thomas Liverseege had fallen a victim to the prevailing fever at Swampton. His loss is deeply felt in the flourishing colony. We hear that the governorship has been offered to Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., a distinguished Waterloo officer. We need not only men of acknowledged bravery, but men of administrative talents to superintend the affairs of our colonies, and we have no doubt that the gentleman selected by the Colonial Office to fill the lamented vacancy which has occurred at Coventry Island is admirably calculated for the post which he is about to occupy. Coventry Island? Where is it? Who had appointed him to the government? You must take me out as your secretary, old boy, Captain McMurdo said, laughing. And as Crawley and his friend sat wondering and perplexed over the announcement, the club waiter brought in to the Colonel a card on which the name of Mr. Wenham was engraved, who begged to see Colonel Crawley. The Colonel and his aide-de-camp went out to meet the gentleman, rightly conjecturing that he was an emissary of Lord Steyne. "How do you do, Crawley? I am glad to see you," said Mr. Wenham with a bland smile, and grasping Crawley's hand with great cordiality. "You come, I suppose, from—" "Exactly," said Mr. Wenham. "Then this is my friend Captain McMurdo of the Life Guards Green." "Delighted to know Captain McMurdo, I'm sure," Mr. Wenham said, and tendered another smile and shake of the hand to the second, as he had done to the principal. Mac put out one finger, armed with a buckskin glove, and made a very frigid bow to Mr. Wenham over his tight cravat. He was, perhaps, discontented at being put in communication with the Pekin, and thought that Lord Steyne should have sent him a colonel at the very least. "As McMurdo acts for me, and knows what I mean," Crawley said, "I had better retire and leave you together." "Of course," said McMurdo. "By no means, my dear Colonel," Mr. Wenham said. "The interview which I had the honour of requesting was with you personally. The company of Captain McMurdo cannot fail to be also most pleasing. In fact, Captain, I hope that our conversation will lead to none but the most agreeable results, very different from those which my friend Colonel Crawley appears to anticipate." "Humph," said Captain McMurdo. "Be hanged to these civilians," he thought to himself. "They are always arranging and speechifying." Mr. Wenham took a chair which was not offered to him, took a paper from his pocket, and resumed. You have seen this gratifying announcement in the papers this morning, Colonel. Government has secured a most valuable servant, and you, if you accept office, as I presume you will, an excellent appointment. 3,000 a year, delightful climate, excellent government house, all your own way in the colony, and a certain promotion. I congratulate you with all my heart. I presume you know, gentlemen, to whom my friend is indebted for this piece of patronage?" "Hanged if I know," the captain said. His principal turned very red. "To one of the most generous and kindest men in the world, as he is one of the greatest, to my excellent friend, the Marquis of Stein." "I'll see him before I take his place," growled out Rawdon. "You are irritated against my noble friend," Mr. Wenham calmly resumed, "and now, in the name of common sense and justice, tell me why." "Why?" cried Rawdon in surprise. "Why, damme," said the captain, ringing his stick on the ground. "Damme indeed," said Mr. Wenham with the most agreeable smile. "Still, look at the matter as a man of the world, as an honest man, and see if you have not been in the wrong. You come home from a journey and find, what, my Lord Stein supping at your house in Curzon Street with Mrs. Crawley. Is the circumstance strange or novel? Has he not been 100 times before in the same position? Upon my honour and word as a gentleman," Mr. Wenham here put his hand on his waistcoat with a parliamentary air, "I declare I think that your suspicions are monstrous and utterly unfounded, and that they injure an honourable gentleman who has proved his good will towards you by 1,000 benefactions, and a most spotless and innocent lady." "You don't mean to say that Crawley's mistaken?" said Mr. McMurdo. "I believe that Mrs. Crawley is as innocent as my wife, Mrs. Wenham," Mr. Wenham said with great energy. "I believe that, misled by an infernal jealousy, my friend here strikes a blow against not only an infirm and old man of high station, his constant friend and benefactor, but against his wife, his own dearest honour, his son's future reputation, and his own prospects in life. "I will tell you what happened," Mr. Wenham continued with great solemnity. "I was sent for this morning by my Lord Stein, and found him in a pitiable state, as I need hardly inform Colonel Crawley any man of age and infirmity would be after a personal conflict with a man of your strength. I say to your face, it was a cruel advantage you took of that strength, Colonel Crawley. There was not only the body of my noble and excellent friend which was wounded, his heart, sir, was bleeding. A man whom he had loaded with benefits and regarded with affection had subjected him to the foulest indignity. What was this very appointment which appears in the journals of to-day but a proof of his kindness to you? When I saw his lordship this morning, I found him in a state pitiable indeed to see, and as anxious as you are to revenge the outrage committed upon him by blood. You know he has given his proofs, I presume, Colonel Crawley?" "He has plenty of pluck," said the colonel. "Nobody ever said he hadn't. His first order to me was to write a letter of challenge and to carry it to Colonel Crawley. 'One or other of us,' he said, 'must not survive the outrage of last night.'" Crawley nodded. "You're coming to the point, Wenham," he said. "I tried my utmost to calm Lord Stein. 'Good God, sir,' I said, 'how I regret that Mrs. Wenham and myself had not accepted Mrs. Crawley's invitation to sup with her.' 'She asked you to sup with her?' Captain McMurdo said. 'After the opera. Here's the note of invitation. Stop, no, this is another paper. I thought I had, but it's of no consequence, and I pledge you my word to the fact. If we had come, and it was only one of Mrs. Wenham's headaches which prevented us, she suffers under them a good deal, especially in the spring. If we had come, and you had returned home, there would have been no quarrel, no insult, no suspicion. And so it is positively because my poor wife has a headache that you are to bring death down upon 2 men of honour, and plunge 2 of the most excellent and ancient families in the kingdom into disgrace and sorrow." Mr. McMurdo looked at his principal with the air of a man profoundly puzzled, and Rawdon felt with a kind of rage that his prey was escaping him. He did not believe a word of the story, and yet how discredit or disprove it? Mr. Wenham continued with the same fluent oratory which in his place in Parliament he had so often practised. I sat for an hour or more by Lord Steyne's bedside, beseeching, imploring Lord Steyne to forego his intention of demanding a meeting. I pointed out to him that the circumstances were after all suspicious. They were suspicious, I acknowledge it. Any man in your position might have been taken in. I said that a man furious with jealousy is to all intents and purposes a madman, and should be as such regarded, that a duel between you must lead to the disgrace of all parties concerned, that a man of his lordship's exalted station had no right in these days when the most atrocious revolutionary principles and the most dangerous levelling doctrines are preached among the vulgar, to create a public scandal, and that, however innocent, the common people would insist that he was guilty. In fine, I implored him not to send the challenge. "I don't believe one word of the whole story," said Rawdon, grinding his teeth. "I believe it a lie, and that you're in it, Mr. Wenham. If the challenge don't come from him, by Jove, it shall come from me." Mr. Wenham turned deadly pale at this savage interruption of the Colonel, and looked toward the door. But he found a champion in Captain McMurdo. That gentleman rose up with an oath and rebuked Rawdon for his language. "You put the affair into my hands, and you shall act as I think fit, by Jove, and not as you do. You have no right to insult Mr. Wenham with this sort of language, and damn me, Mr. Wenham, you deserve an apology. And as for a challenge to Lord Steyne, you may get somebody else to carry it. I won't. If my lord, after being thrashed, chooses to sit still, damn me, let him. And as for the affair with Mrs. Crawley, my belief is there's nothing proved at all, that your wife's innocent as Mr. Wenham says she is, and at any rate that you would be a fool not to take the place and hold your tongue." "Captain McMurdo, you speak like a man of sense," Mr. Wenham cried out, immensely relieved. "I forget any words that Colonel Crawley has used in the irritation of the moment." "I thought you would," Rawdon said with a sneer. "Shut your mouth, you old stupid," said the captain good-naturedly. "Mr. Wenham ain't a fighting man, and quite right, too." "This matter, in my belief," the Steyne emissary cried, "ought to be buried in the most profound oblivion. A word concerning it should never pass these doors. I speak in the interest of my friend as well as of Colonel Crawley, who persists in considering me his enemy." "I suppose Lord Steyne won't talk about it very much," said Captain McMurdo, "and I don't see why our side should. The affair isn't a very pretty one, any way you take it, and the less said about it the better. It's you are thrashed, and not us, and if you are satisfied, why, I think we should be." Mr. Wenham took his hat upon this, and Captain McMurdo followed him to the door, shut it upon himself and Lord Steyne's agent, leaving Rawdon chafing within. When the two were on the other side, McMurdo looked hard at the other ambassador, and with an expression of anything but respect on his round, jolly face. "You don't stick at a trifle, Mr. Wenham," he said. "You flatter me, Captain McMurdo," answered the other with a smile. "Upon my honour and conscience now, Mrs. Crawley did ask us to sup after the opera." "Of course, and Mrs. Wenham had one of her headaches. I say, I've got a £1,000 note here, which I give you if you will give me a receipt, please, and I will put the note up in an envelope for Lord Steyne. My man shan't fight him, but we had rather not take his money." "It was all a mistake, my dear sir," the other said with the utmost innocence of manner, and was bowed down the club steps by Captain McMurdo just as Sir Pitt Crawley ascended them. There was a slight acquaintance between these two gentlemen, and the captain, going back with the baronet to the room where the latter's brother was, told Mr. Pitt in confidence that he had made the affair all right between Lord Steyne and the Colonel. Sir Pitt was well pleased, of course, at this intelligence, and congratulated his brother warmly upon the peaceful issue of the affair, making appropriate moral remarks about the evils of duelling and the unsatisfactory nature of that sort of settlement of disputes. And after this preface he tried with all his eloquence to effect a reconciliation between Rawdon and his wife. He recapitulated the statements which Becky had made, pointed out the probabilities of their truth, and asserted his own firm belief in her innocence. But Rawdon would not hear of it. "She has kept money concealed from me these 10 years," he said. "She swore last night only she had none from Stein. She knew it was all up, directly I found it. If she's not guilty, Pitt, she's as bad as guilty, and I'll never see her again, never." His head sank down on his chest as he spoke the words, and he looked quite broken and sad. "Poor old boy," McMurdo said, shaking his head. Rawdon Crawley resisted for some time the idea of taking the place which had been procured for him by so odious a patron, and was also for removing the boy from the school where Lord Stein's interest had placed him. He was induced, however, to acquiesce in these benefits by the entreaties of his brother and McMurdo, but mainly by the latter, pointing out to him what a fury Stein would be in to think that his enemy's fortune was made through his means. When the Marquis of Stein came abroad after his accident, the Colonel's secretary bowed up to him and congratulated himself and the service upon having made so excellent an appointment. These congratulations were received with a degree of gratitude which may be imagined on the part of Lord Stein. The receipt of the rencontre between him and Captain Crawley was buried in the profoundest oblivion, as Wenham said, that is, by the seconds and the principals. But before that evening was over, it was talked of at 50 dinner tables in Vanity Fair. Little Cackleby himself went to 7 evening parties, and told the story with comments and emendations at each place. How Mrs. Washington White revelled in it! The Bishopess of Ealing was shocked beyond expression. The bishop went and wrote his name down in the visiting book at Gaunt House that very day. Little Southdown was sorry, so you may be sure was his sister Lady Jane very sorry. Lady Southdown wrote it off to her other daughter at the Cape of Good Hope. It was town talk for at least 3 days, and was only kept out of the newspapers by the exertions of Mr. Wagg, acting upon a hint from Mr. Wenham. The bailiffs and brokers seized upon poor Raggles in Curzon Street, and the late fair tenant of that poor little mansion was in the meanwhile where? Who cared? Who asked after a day or two? Was she guilty or not? We all know how charitable the world is, and how the verdict of Vanity Fair goes when there is a doubt. Some people said she had gone to Naples in pursuit of Lord Stein, while others averred that his lordship quitted that city and fled to Palermo on hearing of Becky's arrival. Some said she was living in Bierstadt, and had become a dame d'honneur to the Queen of Bulgaria. Some that she was at Bologna, and others at a boarding-house at Cheltenham. Rawdon made her a tolerable annuity, and we may be sure that she was a woman who could make a little money go a great way, as the saying is. He would have paid his debts on leaving England, could have got any insurance office to take his life, but the climate of Coventry Island was so bad that he could borrow no money on the strength of his salary. He remitted, however, to his brother punctually, and wrote to his little boy regularly every mail. He kept McMurdo in cigars, and sent over quantities of shells, cayenne pepper, hot pickles, guava jelly, and colonial produce to Lady Jane. He sent his brother home the Swamp Town Gazette, in which the new governor was praised with immense enthusiasm, whereas the Swamp Town Sentinel, whose wife was not asked to Government House, declared that His Excellency was a tyrant, compared to whom Nero was an enlightened philanthropist. Little Rawdon used to like to get the papers and read about His Excellency. His mother never made any movement to see the child. He went home to his aunt for Sundays and holidays. He soon knew every bird's nest about Queen's Crawley, and rode out with Sir Huddlestone's hounds, which he admired so on his first well-remembered visit to Hampshire. End of Chapter 55.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kim Zuckert. Tales of the Brass Hedgehog, hedgehog.net. Vanity Fair, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 56. Georgie is made a gentleman. Georgie Osborne was now fairly established in his grandfather's mansion in Russell Square, occupant of his father's room in the house, and heir apparent of all the splendors there. The good looks, gallant bearing, and gentlemanlike appearance of the boy won the grandsire's heart for him. Mr. Osborne was as proud of him as ever he had been of the elder George. The child had many more luxuries and indulgences than had been awarded his father. Osborne's commerce had prospered greatly of late years. His wealth and importance in the city had very much increased. He had been glad enough in former days to put the elder George to a good private school, and a commission in the army for his son had been a source of no small pride to him. For little George and his future prospects the old man looked much higher. He would make a gentleman of the little chap, was Mr. Osborne's constant saying regarding little Georgie. He saw him in his mind's eye a collegian, a Parliament man, a baronet, perhaps. The old man thought he would die contented if he could see his grandson in a fair way to such honours. He would have none but a tip-top college man to educate him, none of your quacks and pretenders, no, no. A few years before, he used to be savage and inveigh against all parsons, scholars, and the like, declaring that they were a pack of humbugs and quacks that weren't fit to get their living but by grinding Latin and Greek, and a set of supercilious dogs that pretended to look down upon British merchants and gentlemen who could buy up 100 of them. He would mourn now in a very solemn manner that his own education had been neglected, and repeatedly point out in pompous orations to Georgie the necessity and excellence of classical acquirements. When they met at dinner, the grandsire used to ask the lad what he had been reading during the day, and was greatly interested at the report the boy gave of his own studies, pretending to understand little George when he spoke regarding them. He made 100 blunders and showed his ignorance many a time. It did not increase the respect which the child had for his senior. A quick brain and a better education elsewhere showed the boy very soon that his grandsire was a dullard, and he began accordingly to command him and to look down upon him, for his previous education, humble and contracted as it had been, had made a much better gentleman of Georgie than any plans of his grandfather could make him. He had been brought up by a kind, weak, and tender woman, who had no pride about anything but about him, and whose heart was so pure, and whose bearing was so meek and humble, that she could not but needs be a true lady. She busied herself in gentle offices and quiet duties. If she never said brilliant things, she never spoke or thought unkind ones. Guileless and artless, loving and pure, indeed how could our poor little Amelia be other than a real gentlewoman? Young Georgie lorded over this soft and yielding nature, and the contrast of its simplicity and delicacy with the coarse pomposity of the dull old man with whom he next came in contact made him lord over the latter too. If he had been a prince royal, he could not have been better brought up to think well of himself. Whilst his mother was yearning after him at home, and I do believe every hour of the day, and during most hours of the sad, lonely nights, thinking of him, this young gentleman had a number of pleasures and consolations administered to him, which made him, for his part, bear the separation from Amelia very easily. Little boys who cry when they are going to school, cry because they are going to a very uncomfortable place. It is only a few who weep from sheer affection. When you think that the eyes of your childhood dried at the sight of a piece of gingerbread, and that a plum cake was a compensation for the agony of parting with your mamma and sisters, oh, my friend and brother, you need not be too confident of your own fine feelings. Well then, Master George Osborne had every comfort and luxury that a wealthy and lavish old grandfather thought fit to provide. The coachman was instructed to purchase for him the handsomest pony which could be bought for money, and on this George was taught to ride, first at a riding school, whence, after having performed satisfactorily without stirrups and over the leaping bar, he was conducted through the New Road to Regent's Park, and then to Hyde Park, where he rode in state with Martin the coachman behind him. Old Osborne, who took matters more easily in the city now, where he left his affairs to his junior partners, would often ride out with Miss O in the same fashionable direction. As little Georgie came cantering up, with his dandified air and his heels down, his grandfather would nudge the lad's aunt and say, "Look, Miss O," and he would laugh, and his face would grow red with pleasure, as he nodded out the window to the boy, as the groom saluted the carriage, and the footman saluted Master George. Here, too, his aunt, Mrs. Frederick Bullock, whose chariot might daily be seen in the ring, with bullocks emblazoned on the panels and harness, and 3 pasty-faced little bullocks, covered with cockades and feathers, staring out from the windows. Mrs. Frederick Bullock, I say, flung glances of the bitterest hatred at the little upstart as he rode by with his hand on his side and his hat on one ear, as proud as a lord. Though he was scarcely 11 years of age, Master George wore straps, and the most beautiful little boots like a man. He had gilt spurs, and a gold-headed whip, and a fine pin in his handkerchief, and the neatest little kid gloves which Lamb's Conduit Street could furnish. His mother had given him a couple of neckcloths, and carefully hemmed and made some little shirts for him, but when her Eli came to see the widow, they were replaced by much finer linen. He had little jewelled buttons in the lawn shirt-fronts. Her humble presents had been put aside. I believe Miss Osborne had given them to the coachman's boy. Amelia tried to think she was pleased at the change. Indeed, she was happy and charmed to see the boy looking so beautiful. She had a little black profile of him done for a shilling, and this was hung up by the side of another portrait over her bed. One day the boy came on his accustomed visit, galloping down the little street at Brompton, and bringing as usual all the inhabitants to the windows to admire his splendor, and with great eagerness and a look of triumph in his face he pulled a case out of his great-coat. It was a natty white great-coat with a cape and a velvet collar. Pulled out a red morocco case, which he gave her. "I bought it with my own money, mamma," he said. "I thought you'd like it." Amelia opened the case, and giving a little cry of delighted affection, seized the boy and embraced him 100 times. It was a miniature of himself, very prettily done, though not half handsome enough, we may be sure, the widow thought. His grandfather had wished to have a picture of him by an artist whose works, exhibited in a shop window in Southampton Row, had caught the old gentleman's eye, and George, who had plenty of money, bethought him of asking the painter how much a copy of the little portrait would cost, saying that he would pay for it out of his own money, and that he wanted to give it to his mother. The pleased painter executed it for a small price, and old Osborne himself, when he heard of the incident, growled out his satisfaction, and gave the boy twice as many sovereigns as he had paid for the miniature. But what was the grandfather's pleasure compared to Amelia's ecstasy? That proof of the boy's affection charmed her so that she thought no child in the world was like hers for goodness. For long weeks after, the thought of his love made her happy. She slept better with the picture under her pillow, and how many, many times did she kiss it and weep and pray over it. A small kindness from those she loved made that timid heart grateful. Since her parting with George, she had had no such joy and consolation. At his new home, Master George ruled like a lord. At dinner he invited the ladies to drink wine with the utmost coolness, and took off his champagne in a way which charmed his old grandfather. "Look at him," the old man would say, nudging his neighbour with a delighted purple face. "D'you ever see such a chap? Lord, Lord, he'll be ordering a dressing-case next, and razors to shave with, I'm blessed if he won't." The antics of the lad did not, however, delight Mr. Osborne's friends so much as they pleased the old gentleman. It gave Mr. Justice Coffin no pleasure to hear Georgie cut into the conversation and spoil his stories. Colonel Fogey was not interested in seeing the little boy half tipsy. Mr. Sergeant Toffy's lady felt no particular gratitude when, with a twist of his elbow, he tilted a glass of port wine over her yellow satin, and laughed at the disaster. Nor was she better pleased, although old Osborne was highly delighted, when Georgie whopped her third boy, a young gentleman a year older than Georgie, and by chance home for the holidays for Dr. Ticklis's at Ealing School, in Russell Square. George's grandfather gave the boy a couple of sovereigns for that feat, and promised to reward him further for every boy above his own size and age whom he whopped in a similar manner. It is difficult to say what the good old man saw in these combats. He had a vague notion that quarrelling made boys hardy, and that tyranny was a useful accomplishment for them to learn. English youth have been so educated time out of mind, and we have hundreds of thousands of apologists and admirers of injustice, misery, and brutality as perpetrated amongst children. Flushed with praise and victory over Master Toffy, George wished naturally to pursue his conquests further, and one day, as he was strutting about in prodigiously dandified new clothes near St. Pancras, a young baker's boy made sarcastic comments upon his appearance. The youthful patrician pulled off his dandy jacket with great spirit, and giving it in charge to the friend who accompanied him, Master Todd of Great Coram Street, Russell Square, the son of the junior partner of the house of Osborne and Co., George tried to whop the little baker. But the chances of war were unfavourable at this time, and the little baker whopped Georgie, who came home with a rueful black eye, and all his fine shirt-frill dabbled with the claret drawn from his own little nose. He told his grandfather that he had been in combat with a giant, and frightened his poor mother at Brompton with long and by no means authentic accounts of the battle. This young Todd of Coram Street, Russell Square, was Master George's great friend and admirer. They both had a taste for painting theatrical characters, for hardbake and raspberry tarts, for sliding and skating in the Regent's Park and the Serpentine when the weather permitted, for going to the play, whither they were often conducted, by Mr. Osborne's orders, by Rowson, Master George's appointed body-servant, with whom they sat in great comfort in the pit. In the company of this gentleman they visited all the principal theatres of the metropolis, knew the names of all the actors from Drury Lane to Sadler's Wells, and performed, indeed, many of the plays to the Todd family and their youthful friends, with West's famous characters, on their pasteboard theatre. Rowson, the footman, who was of a generous disposition, would not unfrequently, when in cash, treat his young master to oysters after the play, and to a glass of rum shrub for a nightcap. We may be pretty certain that Mr. Rowson profited in his turn by his young master's liberality and gratitude for the pleasures to which the footman inducted him. A famous tailor from the west end of the town, Mr. Osborne would have none of your City or Holborn bunglers, he said, for the boy, though a city tailor was good enough for him, was summoned to ornament little George's person, and was told to spare no expense in so doing. So Mr. Woolsey, of Conduit Street, gave a loose to his imagination and sent the child home fancy trousers, fancy waistcoats, and fancy jackets enough to furnish a school of little dandies. George had little white waistcoats for evening parties, and little cut velvet waistcoats for dinners, and a dear little darling shawl dressing-gown for all the world like a little man. He dressed for dinner every day, "like a regular West End swell," as his grandfather remarked. One of the domestics was affected to his special service, attended him at his toilette, answered his bell, and brought him his letters, always on a silver tray. Georgie, after breakfast, would sit in the armchair in the dining-room and read the Morning Post, just like a grown-up man. "How he do damn and swear!" the servants would cry, delighted at his precocity. Those who remembered the captain, his father, declared Master George was his pa, every inch of him. He made the house lively by his activity, his imperiousness, his scolding, and his good nature. George's education was confided to a neighbouring scholar and private pedagogue, who prepared young noblemen and gentlemen for the universities, the senate, and the learned professions, whose system did not embrace the degrading corporal severities still practised at the ancient places of education, and in whose family the pupils would find the elegances of refined society and the confidence and affection of a home. It was in this way that the Reverend Lawrence Veal of Hart Street, Bloomsbury, and domestic chaplain to the Earl of Bareacres, strove with Mrs. Veal, his wife, to entice pupils. By thus advertising and pushing sedulously, the domestic chaplain and his lady generally succeeded in having one or two scholars by them, who paid a high figure and were thought to be in uncommonly comfortable quarters. There was a large West Indian, whom nobody came to see, with a mahogany complexion, a woolly head, and an exceedingly dandified appearance. There was another hulking boy of 23, whose education had been neglected, and whom Mr. and Mrs. Veal were to introduce into the polite world. There were 2 sons of Colonel Bangles of the East India Company's service. These 4 sat down to dinner at Mrs. Veal's genteel board, when Georgie was introduced to her establishment. Georgie was, like some dozen other pupils, only a day boy. He arrived in the morning under the guardianship of his friend Mr. Rowson, and if it was fine, would ride away in the afternoon on his pony, followed by the groom. The wealth of his grandfather was reported in the school to be prodigious. The Reverend Mr. Veal used to compliment Georgie upon it personally, warning him that he was destined for a high station, that it became him to prepare, by sedulity and docility in youth, for the lofty duties to which he would be called in mature age, that obedience in the child was the best preparation for command in the man, and that he therefore begged George would not bring toffee into the school and ruin the health of the master's Bangles, who had everything they wanted at the elegant and abundant table of Mrs. Veal. With respect to learning, the curriculum, as Mr. Veal loved to call it, was of prodigious extent, and the young gentleman in Hart Street might learn a something of every known science. The Reverend Mr. Veal had an orrery, an electrifying machine, a turning lathe, a theatre in the wash-house, a chemical apparatus, and what he called a select library of all the works of the best authors of ancient and modern times and languages. He took the boys to the British Museum, and descanted upon the antiquities and the specimens of natural history there, so that the audience would gather round him as he spoke, and all Bloomsbury highly admired him as a prodigiously well-informed man. And whenever he spoke, which he did almost always, he took care to produce the very finest and longest words of which the vocabulary gave him the use, rightly judging that it was as cheap to employ a handsome, large, and sonorous epithet as to use a little stingy one. Thus he would say to George in school, "I observed on my return home from taking the indulgence of an evening's scientific conversation with my excellent friend Dr. Bulders, a true archaeologian, gentlemen, a true archaeologian, that the windows of your venerated grandfather's almost princely mansion in Russell Square were illuminated as if for the purposes of festivity. Am I right in my conjecture that Mr. Osborne entertained a society of chosen spirits round his sumptuous board last night?" Little Georgie, who had considerable humour, and used to mimic Mr. Veal to his face with great spirit and dexterity, would reply that Mr. V. was quite correct in his surmise. Then those friends who had the honour of partaking of Mr. Osborne's hospitality, gentlemen, had no reason, I will lay any wager, to complain of their repast. I myself have been more than once so favoured. By the way, Master Osborne, you came a little late this morning, and have been a defaulter in this respect more than once. I myself, I say, gentlemen, humble as I am, have been found not unworthy to share Mr. Osborne's elegant hospitality, and though I have feasted with the great and noble of the world, for I presume that I may call my excellent friend and patron the Right Honourable George, Earl of Berwick, as one of the number, yet I assure you that the board of the British merchant was to the full as richly served, and his reception as gratifying and noble. Mr. Black, sir, we will resume, if you please, that passage of Eutropis which was interrupted by the late arrival of Mr. Osborne. To this great man George's education was for some time entrusted. Amelia was bewildered by his phrases, but thought him a prodigy of learning. That poor widow made friends of Mrs. Veal, for reasons of her own. She liked to be in the house and see Georgie coming to school there. She liked to be asked to Mrs. Veal's conversazione, which took place once a month, as you were informed, on pink cards with A.O.H.N.H. engraved on them, and where the professor welcomed his pupils and their little friends to weak tea and scientific conversation. Poor little Amelia never missed one of these entertainments, and thought them delicious so long as she might have Georgie sitting by her. And she would walk from Brompton in any weather, and embrace Mrs. Veal with tearful gratitude for the delightful evening she had passed, when, the company having retired, and Georgie gone off with Mr. Rowson, his attendant, poor Mrs. Osborne put on her cloaks and her shawls preparatory to walking home. As for the learning which Georgie imbibed under this valuable master of 100 sciences, to judge from the weekly reports which the lad took home to his grandfather, his progress was remarkable. The names of a score or more of desirable branches of knowledge were printed in a table, and the pupil's progress in each was marked by the professor. In Greek, Georgie was pronounced Aristos, in Latin, Optimus, in French, Très bien, and so forth, and everybody had prizes for everything at the end of the year. Even Mr. Swartz, the woolly-headed young gentleman, and half-brother to the Honourable Mrs. Mac Mull, and Mr. Bluck, the neglected young pupil of 23 from the agricultural district, and that idle young scapegrace of a Master Todd before mentioned, received little 18-penny books with Athene engraved on them, and a pompous Latin inscription from the professor to his young friends. The family of this Master Todd were hangers-on of the house of Osborne. The old gentleman had advanced Todd from being a clerk to be a junior partner in his establishment. Mr. Osborne was the godfather of young Master Todd, who in subsequent life wrote Mr. Osborne Todd on his cards and became a man of decided fashion, while Miss Osborne had accompanied Miss Maria Todd to the font and gave her protégé a prayer-book, a collection of tracts, a volume of very low church poetry, or some such memento of her goodness every year. Miss O. drove the Todds out in her carriage now and then. When they were ill, her footman, in large plush smalls and waistcoat, brought jellies and delicacies from Russell Square to Coram Street. Coram Street trembled, and looked up to Russell Square indeed, and Mrs. Todd, who had a pretty hand at cutting out paper trimmings for haunches of mutton, and could make flowers, ducks, etc., out of turnips and carrots in a very creditable manner, would go to the square, as it was called, and assist in the preparations incident to a great dinner, without even so much as thinking of sitting down to the banquet. If any guest failed at the 11th hour, Todd was asked to dine. Mrs. Todd and Maria came across in the evening, slipped in with a muffled knock, and were in the drawing-room by the time Miss Osborne and the ladies under her convoy reached that apartment, and ready to fire off duets and sing until the gentlemen came up. Poor Maria Todd, poor young lady! How she had to work and thrum at these duets and sonatas in the street before they appeared in public in the square! Thus it seemed to be decreed by fate that Georgie was to domineer over everybody with whom he came in contact, and that friends, relatives, and domestics were all to bow the knee before the little fellow. It must be owned that he accommodated himself very willingly to this arrangement. Most people do so. And Georgie liked to play the part of master, and perhaps had a natural aptitude for it. In Russell Square everybody was afraid of Mr. Osborne, and Mr. Osborne was afraid of Georgie. The boy's dashing manners and offhand rattle about books and learning, his likeness to his father, dead unreconciled in Brussels yonder, awed the old gentleman, and gave the young boy the mastery. The old man would start at some hereditary feature or tone unconsciously used by the little lad, and fancy that George's father was again before him. He tried by indulgence to the grandson to make up for harshness to the elder George. People were surprised at his gentleness to the boy. He growled and swore at Miss Osborne as usual, and would smile when Georgie came down late for breakfast. Miss Osborne, Georgie's aunt, was a faded old spinster, broken down by more than 40 years of dullness and coarse usage. It was easy for a lad of spirit to master her, and whenever George wanted anything from her, from the jam-pots in her cupboards to the cracked and dried old colours in her paint-box, the old paint-box which she had had when she was a pupil of Mr. Smee, and was still almost young and blooming, Georgie took possession of the object of his desire, which obtained, he took no further notice of his aunt. For his friends and cronies he had a pompous old schoolmaster who flattered him, and a toady, his senior, whom he could thrash. It was dear Mrs. Todd's delight to leave him with her youngest daughter, Rosa Jemima, a darling child of 8 years old. The little pair looked so well together, she would say, but not to the folks in the square, we may be sure. "Who knows what might happen? Don't they make a pretty little couple?" the fond mother thought. The broken-spirited old maternal grandfather was likewise subject to the little tyrant. He could not help respecting a lad who had such fine clothes and rode with a groom behind him. Georgie, on his side, was in the constant habit of hearing coarse abuse and vulgar satire levelled at John Sedley by his pitiless old enemy, Mr. Osborne. Osborne used to call the other the old pauper, the old coal man, the old bankrupt, and by many other such names of brutal contumely. How was little George to respect a man so prostrate? A few months after he was with his paternal grandfather, Mrs. Sedley died. There had been little love between her and the child. He did not care to show much grief. He came down to visit his mother in a fine new suit of mourning, and was very angry that he could not go to a play upon which he had set his heart. The illness of that old lady had been the occupation, and perhaps the safeguard, of Amelia. What do men know about women's martyrdoms? We should go mad had we to endure the 100th part of those daily pains which are meekly borne by many women. Ceaseless slavery meeting with no reward. Constant gentleness and kindness met by cruelty as constant. Love, labour, patience, watchfulness, without even so much as the acknowledgment of a good word. All this, how many of them have to bear in quiet, and appear abroad with cheerful faces, as though they felt nothing? Tender slaves that they are, they must needs be hypocrites and weak. From her chair, Amelia's mother had taken to her bed, which she had never left, and from which Mrs. Osborne herself was never absent, except when she ran to see George. The old lady grudged her even those rare visits, she who had been a kind, smiling, good-natured mother once, in the days of her prosperity, but whom poverty and infirmities had broken down. Her illness or estrangement did not affect Amelia. They rather enabled her to support the other calamity under which she was suffering, and from the thoughts of which she was kept by the ceaseless calls of the invalid. Amelia bore her harshness quite gently, smoothed the uneasy pillow, was always ready with a soft answer to the watchful, querulous voice, soothed the sufferer with words of hope, such as her pious, simple heart could feel best and utter, and closed the eyes that at once looked so tenderly upon her. Then all her time and tenderness were devoted to the consolation and comfort of the bereaved old father, who was stunned by the blow which had befallen him, and stood utterly alone in the world. His wife, his honour, his fortune, everything he loved best, had fallen away from him. There was only Amelia to stand by and support with her gentle arms the tottering, heart-broken old man. We are not going to write the history. It would be too dreary and stupid. I can see Vanity Fair yawning over it d'avance. One day, as the young gentlemen were assembled in the study at the Reverend Mr. Veal's, and the domestic chaplain to the Right Honourable the Earl of Bareacres was spouting away as usual, a smart carriage drove up to the door, decorated with the statue of Athene, and two gentlemen stepped out. The young master's Bangles rushed to the window with a vague notion that their father might have arrived from Bombay. The great hulking scholar of 23, who was crying secretly over a passage of Eutropius, flattened his neglected nose against the panes and looked at the drag, as the laquais de place sprang from the box and let out the persons in the carriage. "It's a fat one and a thin one," Mr. Bluck said, as a thundering knock came to the door. Everybody was interested, from the domestic chaplain himself, who hoped he saw the fathers of some future pupils, down to Master Georgie, glad of any pretext for laying his book down. The boy in the shabby livery, with the faded copper buttons, who always thrust himself into the tight coat to open the door, came into the study and said, "Two gentlemen want to see Master Osborne." The professor had had a trifling altercation in the morning with that young gentleman, owing to a difference about the introduction of crackers in school-time, but his face resumed its habitual expression of bland courtesy as he said, "Master Osborne, I give you full permission to go and see your carriage friends, to whom I beg you to convey the respectful compliments of myself and Mrs. Veal." Georgie went into the reception-room and saw the two strangers, whom he looked at with his head up in his usual haughty manner. One was fat, with mustachios, and the other was lean and long, in a blue frock-coat, with a brown face and a grizzled head. "My God, how like he is!" said the long gentleman with a start. "Can you guess who we are, George?" The boy's face flushed up, as it usually did when he was moved, and his eyes brightened. "I don't know the other," he said, "but I should think you must be Major Dobbin." Indeed, it was our old friend. His voice trembled with pleasure as he greeted the boy, taking both the other's hands in his own, drew the lad to him. "Your mother has talked to you about me, has she?" he said. "That she has," Georgie answered, "hundreds and hundreds of times." End of chapter 56.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Campbell, March 4th, 2006. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 57. Eothen. It was one of the many causes for personal pride with which old Osborne chose to recreate himself that Sedley, his ancient rival, enemy, and benefactor, was in his last days so utterly defeated and humiliated as to be forced to accept pecuniary obligations at the hands of the man who had most injured and insulted him. The successful man of the world cursed the old pauper, and relieved him from time to time. As he furnished George with money for his mother, he gave the boy to understand by hints, delivered in his brutal, coarse way, that George's maternal grandfather was but a wretched old bankrupt and dependent, and that John Sedley might thank the man to whom he already owed ever so much money for the aid with which his generosity now chose to administer. George carried the plies to his mother and the shattered old widower, whom it was now the main business of her life to tend and comfort. The little fellow patronized the feeble and disappointed old man. It may have shown want of proper pride in Amelia that she chose to accept these money benefits at the hands of her father's enemy, but proper pride and this poor lady had never had much acquaintance together. A disposition naturally simple and demanding protection, a long course of poverty and humility, of daily privations and hard words, of kind offices and no returns, had been her lot ever since womanhood almost, or since her luckless marriage with George Osborne. You who see your betters bearing up under this shame every day, meekly suffering under the slights of fortune, gentle and unpitied, poor, and rather despised for their poverty, do you ever step down from your prosperity and wash the feet of those poor wearied beggars? The very thought of them is odious and low. There must be classes, there must be rich and poor, Dives says, smacking his claret. It is well if he ever sends the broken meat out to Lazarus sitting under the window. Very true, but think how mysterious and often unaccountable it is, that lottery of life which gives to this man the purple and fine linen, and sends to the other rags for garments and dogs for comforters. So I must own that, without much repining, on the contrary with something akin to gratitude, Amelia took the crumbs that her father-in-law let drop now and then, and with them fed her own parent. Directly she understood it to be her duty. It was this young woman's nature. Lady, she is but 30 still, and we choose to call her a young woman, even at that age. It was, I say, her nature to sacrifice herself, and to fling all that she had at the feet of the beloved object. During what long thankless nights had she worked out her fingers for little Georgie whilst at home with her? What buffets, scorns, privations, poverties had she endured for her father and mother? And in the midst of all these solitary resignations and unseen sacrifices, she did not respect herself any more than the world respected her, but I believe thought in her heart that she was a poor-spirited, despicable little creature, whose luck in life was only too good for her merits. Oh, you poor women! Oh, you poor secret martyrs and victims, whose life is a torture, who are stretched on racks in your bedrooms, and who lay your heads down on the block daily at the drawing-room table. Every man who watches your pains, or peers into those dark places where the torture is administered to you, must pity you, and thank God he has a beard. I recollect seeing, years ago, at the prisons 4 idiots and madmen at Bicêtre, near Paris, a poor wretch bent down under the bondage of his imprisonment and his personal infirmity, to whom one of our party gave a halfpenny worth of snuff in a cornet or screw of paper. The kindness was too much for the poor epileptic creature. He cried in an anguish of delight and gratitude. If anybody gave you and me 1,000 a year, or saved our lives, we could not be so affected. And so, if you properly tyrannize over a woman, you will find a ha'porth of kindness upon her, and bring tears into her eyes, as though you were an angel benefiting her. Some such boons as these were the best which fortune allotted to poor little Amelia. Her life, begun not unprosperously, had come down to this, to a mean prison and long, ignoble bondage. Little George visited her captivity sometimes, and consoled it with feeble gleams of encouragement. Russell Square was the boundary of her prison. She might walk thither occasionally, but was always back to sleep in her cell at night, to perform cheerless duties, to watch by thankless sick-beds, to suffer the harassment and tyranny of querulous, disappointed old age. How many thousands of people are there, women for the most part, who are doomed to endure this long slavery, who are hospital nurses without wages, sisters of charity, if you like, without the romance and the sentiment of sacrifice, who strive, fast, watch, and suffer unpitied, and fade away ignobly and unknown. The hidden and awful wisdom which apportions the destinies of mankind is pleased so to humiliate and cast down the tender, good, and wise, and to set up the selfish, the foolish, or the wicked. Oh, be humble, my brother, in your prosperity. Be gentle with those who are less lucky, if not more deserving. Think what right have you to be scornful, whose virtue is a deficiency of temptation, whose success may be a chance, whose rank may be an ancestor's accident, whose prosperity is very likely a satire. They buried Amelia's mother in the churchyard at Brompton, upon just such a rainy, dark day as Amelia recollected when first she had been there to marry George. Her little boy sat by her side in pompous new sables. She remembered the old pew-woman and clerk. Her thoughts were away in other times as the parson read, but that she held George's hand in her own, perhaps she would have liked to change places with. Then, as usual, she felt alarmed at her selfish thoughts and prayed inwardly to be strengthened to do her duty. So she determined with all her might and strength to try and make her old father happy. She slaved, toiled, patched and mended, sang and played backgammon, read out the newspaper, cooked dishes for old Sedley, walked him out sedulously into Kensington Gardens or the Brompton Lanes, listened to his stories with untiring smiles and affectionate hypocrisy, or sat musing by his side and communing with her own thoughts and reminiscences, as the old man, feeble and querulous, sunned himself on the garden benches and prattled about his wrongs or his sorrows. What sad, unsatisfactory thoughts those of the widow were. The children running up and down the slopes and broad paths in the gardens reminded her of George, who was taken from her. The first George was taken from her. Her selfish, guilty love in both instances had been rebuked and bitterly chastised. She strove to think it was right that she should be so punished. She was such a miserable, wicked sinner. She was quite alone in the world. I know that the account of this kind of solitary imprisonment is insufferably tedious, unless there is some cheerful or humorous incident to enliven it. A tender gaoler, for instance, or a waggish commandant of the fortress, or a mouse to come out and play about Latude's beard and whiskers, or a subterranean passage under the castle, dug by Trenck with his nails and a toothpick. The historian has no such enlivening incident to relate in the narrative of Amelia's captivity. Fancy her, if you please, during this period, very sad, but always ready to smile when spoken to, in a very mean, poor, not to say vulgar position of life, singing songs, making puddings, playing cards, mending stockings, for her old father's benefit. So never mind whether she be a heroine or no, or you and I, however old, scolding and bankrupt, may we have in our last days a kind, soft shoulder on which to lean, and a gentle hand to soothe our gouty old pillows. Old Sedley grew very fond of his daughter after his wife's death, and Amelia had her consolation in doing her duty by the old man. But we are not going to leave these two people long in such a low and ungenteel station of life. Better days, as far as worldly prosperity went, were in store for both. Perhaps the ingenious reader has guessed who was the stout gentleman who called upon Georgie at his school in company with our old friend Major Dobbin. It was another old acquaintance returned to England, and at a time when his presence was likely to be of great comfort to his relatives there. Major Dobbin, having easily succeeded in getting leave from his good-natured commandant to proceed to Madras, and thence probably to Europe on urgent private affairs, never ceased travelling night and day until he reached his journey's end, and had directed his march with such clarity that he arrived in Madras in a high fever. His servants who accompanied him brought him to the house of the friend with whom he had resolved to stay until his departure for Europe in a state of delirium, and it was thought for many, many days that he would never travel further than the burying ground of the church of St. George's, where the troops should fire a salvo over his grave, and where many a gallant officer lies far away from his home. Here, as the poor fellow lay tossing in his fever, the people who watched him might have heard him raving about Amelia. The idea that he should never see her again depressed him in his lucid hours. He thought his last day was come, and he made solemn preparations for departure, setting his affairs in this world in order, and leaving the little property of which he was possessed to those whom he most desired to benefit. The friend in whose house he was located witnessed his testament. He desired to be buried with a little brown hair chain which he wore round his neck, and which, if the truth must be known, he had got from Amelia's maid at Brussels, when the young widow's hair was cut off during the fever which prostrated her after the death of George Osborne on the plateau at Mount St. John. He recovered, rallied, relapsed again, having undergone such a process of bloodletting and calomel as showed the strength of his original constitution. He was almost a skeleton when they put him on board the Ramchunder East Indiaman, Captain Bragg from Calcutta touching at Madras, and so weak and prostrate that his friends, who attended him through his illness, prophesied that the honest major would never survive the voyage, and that he would pass some morning, shrouded in flag and hammock, over the ship's side, and carrying down to the sea with him the relic that he wore at his heart. But whether it was the sea air or the hope which sprung up in him afresh, from the day that the ship spread her canvas and stood out of the roads towards home, our friend began to amend, and he was quite well, though as gaunt as a greyhound, before they reached the Cape. "Kirke will be disappointed of his majority this time," he said with a smile. "He will expect to find himself gazetted by the time the regiment reaches home." For it must be premised that while the major was lying ill at Madras, having made such prodigious haste to go thither, the gallant Ninth, which had passed many years abroad, which after its return from the West Indies had been balked of its stay at home by the Waterloo campaign, and had been ordered from Flanders to India, had received orders home, and the major might have accompanied his comrades had he chosen to wait for their arrival at Madras. Perhaps he was not inclined to put himself in his exhausted state again under the guardianship of Glorvina. "I think Miss O'Dowd would have done for me," he said laughingly to a fellow passenger. "If we had had her on board, and when she had sunk me, she would have fallen upon you, depend upon it, and carried you in as a prize to Southampton, Joss, my boy." For indeed it was no other than our stout friend who was also a passenger on board the Ramchunder. He had passed 10 years in Bengal, constant dinners, tiffins, pale ale and claret, the prodigious labour of cutchery, and the refreshment of a brandy pawnee, which he was forced to take there, had the effect upon Waterloo Sedley. A voyage to Europe was pronounced necessary for him, and having served his full time in India, and had fine appointments which had enabled him to lay by a considerable sum of money, he was free to come home and stay with a good pension, or to return and resume that rank in the service to which his seniority and his vast talents entitled him. He was rather thinner than when we last saw him, but had gained in majesty and solemnity of demeanour. He had resumed the mustachios to which his services at Waterloo entitled him, and swaggered about on deck in a magnificent velvet cap with a gold band and a profuse ornamentation of pins and jewellery about his person. He took breakfast in his cabin and dressed as solemnly to appear on the quarter-deck as if he was going to turn out for Bond Street or the course at Calcutta. He brought a native servant with him, who was his valet and pipe-bearer, and who wore the Sedley crest in silver on his turban. That oriental menial had a wretched life under the tyranny of Joss Sedley. Joss was as vain of his person as a woman, and took as long a time at his toilette as any fading beauty. The youngsters among the passengers, young chaffers of the 150th, and poor little Ricketts coming home after his third fever, used to draw out Sedley at the cuddy table and make him tell prodigious stories about himself and his exploits against tigers and Napoleon. He was great when he visited the Emperor's tomb at Longwood, when to these gentlemen and the young officers of the ship, Major Dobbin not being by, he described the whole battle of Waterloo, and all but announced that Napoleon never would have gone to St. Helena at all but for him, Joss Sedley. After leaving St. Helena, he became very generous, disposing of a great quantity of ship's stores, claret, preserved meats, and great casks packed with soda water, brought out for his private delectation. There were no ladies on board, and Major gave the passive precedence to the civilian, so that he was the first dignitary at the table, and treated by Captain Bragg and the officers of the Ramchunder with the respect with which his rank warranted. He disappeared rather in a panic during a 2 days' gale, in which he had the portals of his cabin battened down, and remained in his cot, reading the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, left on board the Ramchunder by the Right Honourable the Lady Emily Hornblower, wife of the Reverend Silas Hornblower, when on their passage out to the Cape, where the reverend gentleman was a missionary. But for common reading he had brought a stock of novels and plays, which he lent to the rest of the ship, and rendered himself agreeable to all by his kindness and condescension. Many and many a night, as the ship was cutting through the roaring dark sea, the moon and stars shining overhead, and the bell singing out the watch, Mr. Sedley and the Major would sit on the quarter-deck of the vessel, talking about home, as the Major smoked his cheroot, and the civilian puffed at the hookah which his servant prepared for him. In these conversations it was wonderful with what perseverance and ingenuity Major Dobbin would manage to bring the talk round to the subject of Amelia and her little boy. Joss, a little testy about his father's misfortunes and unceremonious applications to him, was soothed down by the Major, who pointed out that the elder's ill fortunes and old age. He would not perhaps like to live with the old couple, whose ways and hours might not agree with those of a younger man, accustomed to different society. Joss bowed at this compliment. But the Major pointed out how advantageous it would be for Joss Sedley to have a house of his own in London, and not a mere bachelor's establishment as before. How his sister Amelia would be the very person to preside over it, how elegant, how gentle she was, and of what refined good manners. He recounted stories of the success which Mrs. George Osborne had had in former days at Brussels, and in London, where she was much admired by people of very great fashion, and he then hinted how becoming it would be for Joss to send Georgie to a good school and make a man of him, for his mother and her parents would be sure to spoil him. In a word, the artful Major made the civilian promise to take charge of Amelia and her unprotected child. He did not know as yet what events had happened in the little Sedley family, and how death had removed the mother, and riches had carried off George from Amelia. But the fact is that every day and always this love-smitten and middle-aged gentleman was thinking about Mrs. Osborne, and his whole heart was bent upon doing her good. He coaxed, wheedled, cajoled, and complimented Joss Sedley with a perseverance and cordiality of which he was not aware himself, very likely. But some men who have unmarried sisters, or daughters even, may remember how uncommonly agreeable gentlemen are to the male relations when they are courting the females, and perhaps this rogue of a Dobbin was under a similar hypocrisy. The truth is, when Major Dobbin came on board the Ramchunder, very sick, and for the 3 days she lay in the Madras roads, he did not begin to rally, nor did even the appearance and recognition of his old acquaintance, Mr. Sedley, on board much cheer him, until after a conversation which they had one day, as the Major was laid languidly on the deck. He said then he thought he was doomed. He had left a little something to his godson in his will, and he trusted Mrs. Osborne would remember him kindly and be happy in the marriage she was about to make. "Married? Not the least," Joss answered. He had heard from her. She made no mention of the marriage, and by the way, it was curious, she wrote to say that Major Dobbin was going to be married, and hoped that he would be happy. What were the dates of Sedley's letters from Europe? The civilian fetched them. They were 2 months later than the Major's, and the ship's surgeon congratulated himself upon the treatment adopted by him towards his new patient, who had been consigned to shipboard by the Madras practitioner, with very small hopes indeed. For from that day, the very day that he changed the draft, Major Dobbin began to mend. And thus it was that deserving officer, Captain Kirk, was disappointed of his majority. After they passed St. Helena, Major Dobbin's gaiety and strength was such as to astonish all his fellow passengers. He larked with the midshipmen, played single stick with the mates, ran up the shrouds like a boy, sang a comic song one night to the amusement of the whole party assembled over their grog after supper, and rendered himself so gay, lively, and amiable that even Captain Bragg, who thought there was nothing in his passenger, and considered he was a poor-spirited feller at first, was constrained to own that Major was a reserved but well-informed and meritorious officer. "He ain't got distangy manners, damme," Bragg observed to his first mate. He wouldn't do a government house, Roper, where his lordship and Lady William were as kind to me, and shook hands with me before the whole company, and asking me at dinner to take beer with him before the Commander-in-Chief himself. He ain't got manners, but there's something about him." And thus Captain Bragg showed that he possessed discrimination as a man, as well as ability as a commander. But a calm taking place when the Ramchunder was within 10 days' sail of England, Dobbin became so impatient and ill-humoured as to surprise those comrades whom had before admired his vivacity and good temper. He did not recover until the breeze sprang up again, and was in a highly excited state when the pilot came on board. Good God, how his heart beat as the 2 friendly spires of Southampton came in sight. End of chapter 57. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Campbell, March 4th, 2006. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 58, Our Friend the Major. Our Major had rendered himself so popular on board the Ramchunder that when he and Mr. Sedley descended into the welcome shore boat which was to take them from the ship, the whole crew, men and officers, the great Captain Bragg himself leading off, gave 3 cheers for Major Dobbin, who blushed very much and ducked his head in token of thanks. Joss, who very likely thought these cheers were for himself, took off his gold-laced cap and waved it majestically to his friends, and they were pulled to shore and landed with great dignity at the pier, where they proceeded to the Royal George Hotel. Although the sight of that magnificent round of beef and the silver tankard suggestive of real British home-brewed ale and porter, which perennially greet the eyes of the traveller returning from foreign parts, who enters the coffee-room of the George, are so invigorating and delightful that a man entering such a comfortable, snug, homely English inn might well like to stop some days there. Yet Dobbin began to talk about a post-chaise instantly, and was no sooner at Southampton than he wished to be on the road to London. Joss, however, would not hear of moving that evening. Why was he to pass a night in a post-chaise instead of a great, large, undulating, downy feather-bed, which was there ready to replace the horrid little narrow crib in which the portly Bengal gentleman had been confined during the voyage? He could not think of moving till his baggage was cleared, or of travelling until he could do so with his chillum. So the Major was forced to wait over that night, and dispatched a letter to his family announcing his arrival, entreating from Joss a promise to write to his own friends. Joss promised, but didn't keep his promise. The captain, the surgeon, and 1 or 2 passengers came and dined with our 2 gentlemen at the inn, Joss exerting himself in a sumptuous way in ordering the dinner and promising to go to town the next day with the Major. The landlord said it did his eyes good to see Mr. Sedley take off his first pint of porter. If I had time and dared to enter into digressions, I would write a chapter about that first pint of porter drunk upon English ground. Ah, how good it is! It is worth while to leave home for a year just to enjoy that one draught. Major Dobbin made his appearance the next morning, very neatly shaved and dressed, according to his wont. Indeed, it was so early in the morning that nobody was up in the house except that wonderful Boots of an inn, who never seems to want sleep. And the Major could hear the snores of the various inmates of the house roaring through the corridors as he creaked about in those dim passages. Then the sleepless Boots went shirking round from door to door, gathering up at each the Bluchers, Wellingtons, Oxonians, which stood outside. Then Joss's native servant arose and began to get ready his master's ponderous dressing-up apparatus and prepare his hookah. Then the maidservants got up, and meeting the dark man in the passages, shrieked and mistook him for the devil. He and Dobbin stumbled over their pails in the passages as they were scouring the decks of the Royal George. When the first unshorn waiter appeared and unbarred the doors of the inn, the Major thought that the time for a departure was arrived, and ordered a post-chaise to be fetched instantly that they might set off. He then directed his steps to Mr. Sedley's room, and opened the curtains of the great large family bed wherein Mr. Joss was snoring. "Come up, Sedley," the Major said. "It's time to be off. The chaise will be here at the door in half an hour." Joss growled from under the counterpane to know what time it was, but when he at last extorted from the blushing Major, who never told fibs, however they might be to his advantage, what was the real hour of the morning, he broke out into a volley of bad language, which we will not repeat here, but by which he gave Dobbin to understand that he would jeopardy his soul if he got up that moment, that the Major might go and be hanged, that he would not travel with Dobbin, and that it was a most unkind and ungentlemanlike to disturb a man out of his sleep in that way, on which the discomforted Major was obliged to retreat, leaving Joss to resume his interrupted slumbers. The chaise came up presently, and the Major would wait no longer. If he had been an English nobleman travelling on a pleasure tour, or a newspaper courier bearing dispatches, government messages are generally carried much more quietly, he could not have travelled more quickly. The postboys wondered at the fees he flung amongst them. How happy and green the country looked as the chaise whirled rapidly from milestone to milestone, through neat country towns, where landlords came out to welcome him with smiles and bows, by pretty roadside inns, where the signs hung on the elms, and horses and wagoners were drinking under the checkered shadows of the trees, by old halls and parks, rustic hamlets clustered round ancient grey churches, and through the charming, friendly English landscape. Is there any in the world like it? To a traveller returning home it looks so kind. It seems to shake hands with you as you pass through it. Well, Major Dobbin passed through all this from Southampton to London without noting much beyond the milestones along the road. You see, he was so eager to see his parents at Camberwell. He grudged the time lost between Piccadilly and his old haunt at the Slaughters, where he drove faithfully. Long years had passed since he saw it last, since he and George, as young men, had enjoyed many a feast and held many a revel there. He had now passed into the stage of old fellowhood. His hair was grizzled, and many a passion and feeling of his youth had grown grey in the interval. There, however, stood the old waiter at the door in the same greasy black suit, with the same double chin and flaccid face, with the same huge bunch of seals at his fob, rattling his money in his pockets as before, and receiving the Major as if he had gone away only a week ago. "Put the Major's things in 23, that's his room," John said, exhibiting not the least surprise. "Roast fowl for your dinner, I suppose? You ain't got married? They said you was married. The Scotch surgeon of yours was here." "No, it was Captain Humbley of the 33rd as was quartered with the in Ingy." "Like any warm water? What did you come in a shay for? Ain't the coach good enough?" And with this the faithful waiter, who knew and remembered every officer who used the house, and with whom 10 years were but as yesterday, led the way up to Dobbin's old room, where stood the green moreen bed, the shabby carpet, a thought more dingy, and all the old black furniture covered with faded chintz, just as the Major recollected them in his youth. He remembered George pacing up and down the room, and biting his nails, and swearing that the governor must come round, and that if he didn't care a straw, on the day before he was married. He could fancy him walking in, banging the door of Dobbin's room, and his own hard by. "You ain't got young," John said, calmly surveying his friend of former days. Dobbin laughed. 10 years and a fever don't make a man young, John," he said. "It is you that are always young." "No, you are always old." "What became of Captain Osborne's widow?" John said. "Fine young fellow that. Lord, how he used to spend his money. He never came back after that day he was marched from here. He owes me £3 at this minute. Look here, I have it in my book. April 10th, 1815, Captain Osborne, £3. I wonder whether his father would pay me." And so saying, John of the Slaughters pulled out the very morocco pocket-book in which he had noted his loan to the captain, upon a greasy, faded page still extant, with other scrawled memoranda regarding the bygone frequenters of the house. Having inducted his customer into the room, John retired with perfect calmness, and Major Dobbin, not without a blush and a grin at his own absurdity, chose out of his kit the very smartest and most becoming civil costume he possessed, and laughed at his own tanned face and grey hair as he surveyed them in the dreary little toilet glass on the dressing-table. "I'm glad old John didn't forget me," he thought. She'll know me too, I hope." And he sallied out of the inn, bending his steps once more in the direction of Brompton. Every minute incident of his last meeting with Amelia was present to the constant man's mind as he walked towards her house. The arch and the Achilles statue were up since he had last been in Piccadilly. 100 changes had occurred which his eye and mind vaguely noted. He began to tremble as he walked up the lane from Brompton, that well-remembered lane leading to the street where she lived. Was she going to be married or not? If he were to meet her with a little boy, good God, what should he do? He saw a woman coming to him with a child of 5 years old. Was that she? He began to shake at the mere possibility. When he came up to the row of houses at last where she lived, and to the gate, he caught hold of it and paused. He might have heard the thumping of his own heart. "May God Almighty bless her, whatever has happened," he thought to himself. "Psh! She may be gone from here," he said, and went in through the gate. The window of the parlour which she used to occupy was open, and there were no inmates in the room. The Major thought he recognized the piano, though, with the picture over it, as it used to be in former days, and his perturbations were renewed. Mr. Clapp's brass plate was still on the door, at the knocker of which Dobbin performed a summons. A buxom-looking lass of 16, with bright eyes and purple cheeks, came to answer the knock, and looked hard at the Major as he leant back against the little porch. He was as pale as a ghost, and could hardly falter out the words, "Does Mrs. Osborne live here?" She looked him hard in the face for a moment, and then, turning white too, said, "Lord bless me, it's Major Dobbin." She held out both her hands, shaking. "Don't you remember me?" she said. "I used to call you Major Sugarplums." On which, and I believe it was for the first time that he ever so conducted himself in his life, the Major took the girl in his arms and kissed her. She began to laugh and cry hysterically, and calling out "Ma! Pa!" with all her voice, brought up those worthy people, who had already been surveying the Major from the casement of the ornamental kitchen, and were astonished to find their daughter in the little passage in the embrace of a great tall man in a blue frock-coat and white duck trousers. "I'm an old friend," he said, not without blushing, though. "Don't you remember me, Mrs. Clapp, and those good cakes you used to make for tea? Don't you recollect me, Clapp? I'm George's godfather, and just come back from India." A great shaking of hands ensued. Mrs. Clapp was greatly affected and delighted. She called upon heaven to interpose a vast many times in that passage. The landlord and the landlady of the house led the worthy Major into the Sedleys' room, whereof he remembered every single article of furniture, from the old brass-ornamented piano, once a natty little instrument, Stothard maker, to the screens and the alabaster miniature tombstone, in the midst of which ticked Mr. Sedley's gold watch. And there, as he sat down in the lodger's vacant armchair, the father, the mother, and the daughter, with 1,000 ejaculatory breaks in the narrative, informed Major Dobbin of what we know already, but of particulars in Amelia's history of which he was not aware, namely Mrs. Sedley's death, of George's reconcilement with his grandfather Osborne, of the way in which the widow took on at leaving him, and of other particulars of her life. Twice or thrice he was going to ask about the marriage question, but his heart failed him. He did not care to lay it bare to these people. Finally he was informed that Mrs. O. was gone to walk with her pa in Kensington Gardens, whither she always went with the old gentleman, who was very weak and peevish now, and led her a sad life, though she behaved to him like an angel, to be sure, of a fine afternoon after dinner. "I'm very much pressed for time," the Major said, "and have business tonight of importance. I should like to see Mrs. Osborne, though. Suppose Miss Polly would come with me and show me the way." Miss Polly was charmed and astonished at this proposal. She knew the way. She would show Major Dobbin. She had often been with Mr. Sedley when Mrs. O. was gone Russell Square way, and knew the bench where he liked to sit. She bounced away to her apartment, and appeared presently in her best bonnet and her mamma's yellow shawl and large pebble brooch, of which she assumed the loan in order to make herself a worthy companion for the Major. That officer then, in his blue frock-coat and buckskin gloves, gave the young lady his arm, and they walked away very gaily. He was glad to have a friend at hand for the scene which he dreaded somehow. He asked 1,000 more questions from his companion about Amelia. His kind heart grieved to think that she should have had to part with her son. How did she bear it? Did she see him often? Was Mr. Sedley pretty comfortable now, in a worldly point of view? Polly answered all these questions of Major Sugarplums to the very best of her power. And in the midst of their walk, an incident occurred which, though very simple in its nature, was productive of the greatest delight to Major Dobbin. A pale young man with feeble whiskers and a stiff white neckcloth came walking down the lane, on sandwich, having a lady, that is, on each arm. One was tall and commanding, middle-aged female, with features and a complexion similar to those of the clergyman of the Church of England by whose sides she marched, and the other a stunted little woman with a dark face, ornamented by a fine new bonnet and white ribbons, and in a smart pelisse, with a rich gold watch in the midst of her person. The gentleman, pinioned as he was by these two ladies, carried further a parasol, a shawl, and basket, so that his arms were entirely engaged, and of course he was unable to touch his hat, in acknowledgment of the curtsy with which Miss Mary Clapp greeted him. He merely bowed his head in reply to her salutation, which the two ladies returned with a patronizing air, and at the same time looking severely at the individual in the blue coat and bamboo cane who accompanied Miss Polly. "Who's that?" asked the Major, amused by the group, and after he had made way for the three of them to pass up the lane. Mary looked at him rather roguishly. "That is our curate, the Reverend Mr. Binney," a twitch from Major Dobbin, "and his sister, Miss B. Lord bless us, how she did use to worrit us at Sunday school. And the other lady, the little one with the cast in her eye and the handsome watch, is Mrs. Binney. Miss Grits that was. Her pa was a grocer, and kept the little original gold teapot in Kensington Gravel Pits. They were married last month, and are just come back from Margate. She's £5,000 to her fortune, but her and Miss B, who made the match, have quarrelled already." If the Major had twitched before, he started now, and slapped the bamboo on the ground with an emphasis which made Miss Clapp cry, "Law!" and laugh too. He stood for a moment silent, with open mouth, looking at the retreating young couple, while Miss Mary told their history. But he did not hear beyond the announcement of the reverend gentleman's marriage. His head was swimming with felicity. After this rencontre, he began to walk double-quick towards the place of his destination, and yet they were too soon, for he was in a great tremor at the idea of meeting, for which he had been longing any time these last 10 years. Through the Brompton lanes, and entering at the little old portal in Kensington Garden Wall. "There they are," said Miss Polly, and she felt him again start back on her arm. She was a confidante at once of the whole business. She knew the story as well as if she'd read it in one of her favourite novels, Fatherless Fanny, or The Scottish Chiefs. "Suppose you were to run on and tell her," the Major said. Polly ran forward, her yellow shawl streaming in the breeze. Old Sedley was seated on a bench, his handkerchief placed over his knees, prattling away, according to his wont, with some old story about old times to which Amelia had listened and awarded a patient smile many a time before. She could of late think of her own affairs, and smile or make other remarks of recognition of her father's stories, scarcely hearing a word of the old man's tales. As Mary came bouncing along, and as Amelia caught sight of her, she started up from her bench. Her first thought was that something had happened to Georgie, but the sight of the messenger's eager and happy face dissipated that fear in the timorous mother's breast. "News! News!" cried the emissary of Major Dobbin. "He's come! He's come!" "Who is come?" said Amy, still thinking of her son. "Look there!" answered Mrs. Clapp, turning round and pointing. In which direction Amelia, looking, saw Dobbin's lean figure and long shadow stalking across the grass. Amelia started in her turn, blushed up, and of course began to cry. At all this simple little creature's fêtes, the grand O were accustomed to play. He looked at her, oh how fondly, as she came running towards him, her hands before her, ready to give them to him. She wasn't changed. She was a little pale, a little stouter in figure. Her eyes were the same, the kind, trustful eyes. There were scarce 3 lines of silver in her soft brown hair. She gave him both her hands as she looked up flushing and smiling through her tears into this honest, homely face. He took the two little hands between his two and held them there. He was speechless for a moment. Why did he not take her in his arms and swear that he would never leave her? She must have yielded. She could not but have obeyed him. I've another arrival to announce," he said after a pause. "Mrs. Dobbin?" Amelia said, making a movement back. Why didn't he speak? "No," he said, letting her hands go. "Who has told you those lies? I mean your brother Joss came in the same ship with me, and has come home to make you all happy." "Papa, Papa!" Emily cried out. "Here are news. My brother is in England. He has come to take care of you. Here is Major Dobbin." Mr. Sedley started up, shaking a great deal, and gathering up his thoughts. Then he stepped forward and made an old-fashioned bow to the Major, whom he called Mr. Dobbin, and hoped his worthy father, Sir William, was quite well. He proposed to call upon Sir William, who had done him the honour of a visit a short time ago. Sir William had not called upon the old gentleman for 8 years. It was that visit he was thinking of returning. "He's very much shaken," Emmy whispered, as Dobbin went up and cordially shook hands with the old man. Although he had had such particular business in London that evening, the Major consented to forego it upon Mr. Sedley's invitation to him to come home and partake of tea. Amelia put her arm under that of her young friend with the yellow shawl and headed the party on their return home, so that Mr. Sedley fell to Dobbin's share. The old man walked very slowly, and told a number of ancient histories about himself and his poor Bessie, his former prosperity and his bankruptcy. His thoughts, as is usual with failing old men, were quite in former times. The present, with the exception of the one catastrophe which he felt, he knew little about. The Major was glad to let him talk on. His eyes were fixed upon the figure in front of him, the dear little figure always present to his imagination and in his prayers, and visiting his dreams, wakeful or slumbering. Amelia was very happy, smiling and active all that evening, performing her duties as hostess of the little entertainment with the utmost grace and propriety, as Dobbin thought. His eyes followed her about as they sat in the twilight. How many a time had he longed for that moment, and thought of her far away, under hot winds and in weary marches, gentle and happy, kindly ministering to the wants of old age, and decorating poverty with sweet submission, as he saw her now. I do not say that his taste was the highest, or that it is the duty of great intellects to be content with a bread-and-butter paradise, such as sufficed our simple old friend. But his desires were of this sort, whether for good or bad. And, with Amelia to help him, he was ready to drink as many cups of tea as Dr. Johnson. Amelia, seeing this propensity, laughingly encouraged it and looked exceedingly roguish as she administered to him cup after cup. It is true she did not know that the Major had had no dinner, and that the cloth was laid for him at the Slaughters, and a plate laid thereon to mark that the table was retained, in the very box in which the Major and George had sat many a time carousing, when she was a child, just come home from Miss Pinkerton's school. The first thing that Mrs. Osborne showed the Major was Georgie's miniature, for which she ran upstairs on her arrival at home. It was not half handsome enough, of course, for the boy, but wasn't it noble of him to think of bringing it to his mother? Whilst her papa was awake, she did not talk much about Georgie. To hear about Mr. Osborne and Russell Square was not agreeable to the old man, who very likely was unconscious that he had been living for some months past mainly on the bounty of his richer rival, and lost his temper if allusion were made to the other. Dobbin told him all, and a little more perhaps than all, that had happened on board the Ramchunder, and exaggerated Joss's benevolent dispositions towards his father, and resolution to make him comfortable in his old days. The truth is that during the voyage the Major had impressed this duty most strongly upon his fellow passenger, and extorted promises from him that he would take charge of his sister and her child. He soothed Joss's irritation with regard to the bills which the old gentleman had drawn upon him, gave a laughing account of his own sufferings on the same score, and of the famous consignment of wine which the old man had favoured him, and brought Mr. Joss, who was by no means an ill-natured person when well pleased and moderately flattered, to a very good state of feeling regarding his relations in Europe. At his accustomed hour, Mr. Sedley began to doze in his chair, and then it was Amelia's opportunity to commence her conversation, which she did with great eagerness. It related exclusively to Georgie. She did not talk at all about her own sufferings at breaking from him, for indeed this worthy woman, though she was half killed by the separation from the child, yet thought it was very wicked in her to repine at losing him. But everything concerning him, his virtues, his talents, and prospects, she poured out. She described his angelic beauty, narrated 100 instances of his generosity and greatness of mind while living with her, how a royal duchess had stopped and admired him in Kensington Gardens, how splendidly he was cared for now, and how he had a groom and a pony, what quickness and cleverness he had, and what a prodigiously well-read and delightful person the Reverend Lawrence Veal was, George's master. "He knows everything," Amelia said. "He has the most delightful parties. You, who are so learned yourself, and have read so much, and are so clever and accomplished, don't shake your head and say no. He always used to say you were. You will be charmed with Mr. Veal's parties, the last Tuesday every month. He says there's no place in the bar or the Senate that Georgie may not aspire to. Look here," and she went to the piano drawer and drew out a theme of Georgie's composition. "This great effort of genius, which is still in the possession of George's mother, is as follows. Unselfishness. Of all the vices which degrade the human character, selfishness is the most odious and contemptible. An undue love of self leads to the most monstrous crimes, and occasions the greatest misfortunes, both in states and families. As a selfish man will impoverish his family and often bring them to ruin, so a selfish king brings ruin on his people and often plunges them into war. Example, the selfishness of Achilles, as remarked by the poet Homer, occasioned 1,000 woes to the Greek. Muri Achaeos algae ethike. Homer. The selfishness of the late Napoleon Bonaparte occasioned innumerable wars in Europe, and caused him to perish himself in a miserable island, that of St. Helena in the Atlantic Ocean. We see by these examples that we are not to consult our own interest and ambition, but we are to consider the interests of others as well as our own. George S. Osborne, Athena House, 24th April, 1827. "Think of him writing such a hand and quoting Greek, too, at his age," the delighted mother said. "Oh, William," she added, holding out her hand to the Major, "what a treasure heaven has given me in that boy! He is the comfort of my life, and he is the image of him that is gone." Ought I to be angry with her for being faithful to him, William thought. Ought I to be jealous of my friend in the grave, or hurt that such a heart as Amelia's can love only once and forever? Oh, George, George, how little you knew the prize you had, though. This sentiment passed rapidly through William's mind as he was holding Amelia's hand, whilst the handkerchief was veiling her eyes. "Dear friend," she said, pressing the hand which held hers, "how good, how kind you've always been to me. See, Papa is stirring. You will go and see Georgie tomorrow, won't you?" "Not tomorrow," said poor old Dobbin. "I have business." He did not like to own that he had not as yet been to his parents and his dear sister Anne, a remissness for which I am sure every well-regulated person will blame the Major. Presently he took his leave, leaving his address behind him for Joss, against the latter's arrival. And so the first day was over, and he had seen her. When he got back to the Slaughters, the roast fowl was of course cold, in which condition he ate it for supper. And knowing what early hours his family kept, and that it would be needless to disturb their slumbers at so late an hour, it is on record that Major Dobbin treated himself to half price at the Haymarket Theatre that evening, where let us hope he enjoyed himself. End of chapter 58. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Campbell, March 5, 2006, Halifax, Nova Scotia. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray, Chapter 59. The Old Piano. The Major's visit left old John Sedley in a great state of agitation and excitement. His daughter could not induce him to settle down to his customary occupations or amusements that night. He passed the evening fumbling amongst his boxes and desks, untying his papers with trembling hands, and sorting and arranging them against Joss's arrival. He had them in the greatest order, his tapes and his files, his receipts, and his letters with lawyers and correspondents. The documents relative to the wine project, which failed from a most unaccountable accident after commencing with the most splendid prospects. The coal project, which only a want of capital prevented from becoming the most successful scheme ever put before the public. The patent sawmills and sawdust consolidation product, etc., etc. All night, until a very late hour, he passed in the preparation of these documents, trembling about from one room to another, with a quivering candle and shaky hands. Here's the wine papers, here's the sawdust, here's the coals, here's my letters to Calcutta and Madras, and replies from Major Dobbin, C.B., and Mr. Joseph Sedley to the same. He shall find no irregularity about me, Emmy, the old gentleman said. Emmy smiled. I don't think Joss will care about seeing those papers, Papa, she said. You don't know anything about business, my dear, answered the sire, shaking his head with an important air. And it must be confessed that on this point Emmy was very ignorant, and that it is a pity some people are so knowing. All these twopenny documents arranged on a side table, old Sedley covered them carefully over with a clean bandana handkerchief, one out of Major Dobbin's lot, and enjoined the maid and landlady of the house in the most solemn way not to disturb those papers, which were arranged for the arrival of Mr. Joseph Sedley the next morning, Mr. Joseph Sedley of the Honourable East India Company's Bengal Civil Service. Amelia found him up very early the next morning, more eager, more hectic, and more shaky than ever. I didn't sleep much, Emmy, my dear, he said. I was thinking of my poor Bessie. I wish she was alive to ride in Joss's carriage once again. She kept her own, and became it very well. And his eyes filled with tears, which trickled down his furrowed old face. Amelia wiped them away, and smiling, kissed him, and tied the old man's neckcloth in a smart bow, and put his brooch into his best shirt frill, in which, in his Sunday suit of mourning, he sat from 6 o'clock in the morning, awaiting the arrival of his son. However, when the postman made his appearance, the little party was put out of suspense by the receipt of a letter from Joss to his sister, who announced that he felt a little fatigued after his voyage, and should not be able to move on that day, but that he would leave Southampton early the next morning, and be with his father and mother at evening. Amelia, as she read out the letter to her father, paused over the latter word. Her brother, it was clear, did not know what had happened in the family. Nor could he, for the fact is that though the Major rightly suspected that his travelling companion never would be got into motion in so short a space as 24 hours, and would find some excuse for delaying, yet Dobbin had not written to Joss to inform him of the calamity which had befallen the Sedley family, being occupied in talking with Amelia until long after post hour. There are some splendid tailor shops in the High Street of Southampton, in the fine plate-glass windows of which hang gorgeous waistcoats of all sorts, of silk and velvet, and gold and crimson, and pictures of the latest new fashions, in which those wonderful gentlemen with quizzing glasses, and holding on to little boys with the exceeding large eyes and curly hair, ogle ladies in riding habits prancing by the statue of Achilles at Apsley House. Joss, although provided with some of the most splendid vests that Calcutta could furnish, thought he could not go to town until he was supplied with one or two of these garments, and selected a crimson satin, embroidered with gold butterflies, and a black and red velvet tartan, with white stripes and a rolling collar, with which, and a rich blue satin stock and gold pin, consisting of a 5-barred gate, with a horseman in pink enamel jumping over it. He thought he might make his entry into London with some dignity. For Joss's former shyness and blundering, blushing timidity have given way to a more candid and courageous self-assertion of his worth. "I don't care about owning it," Waterloo Sedley would say to his friends. "I am a dressy man." And though rather uneasy if the ladies looked at him at the Government House balls, and though he blushed and turned away, alarmed under their glances, it was chiefly from a dread lest they should make love to him that he avoided them, being adverse to marriage altogether. But there was no such swell in Calcutta as Waterloo Sedley, I have heard say, and he had the handsomest turnout, gave the best bachelor dinners, and had the finest plate in the whole place. To make these waistcoats for a man of his size and dignity took at least a day, part of which he employed in hiring a servant to wait upon him and his native, and instructing the agent who cleared his baggage, his boxes, his books, which he never read, his chest of mangoes, chutney, and curry powders, his shawls for presents to people whom he didn't know as yet, and the rest of his persicos apparatus. At length he drove leisurely to London on the third day, and in the new waistcoat, the native with chattering teeth, shuddering in a shawl on the box by the side of the new European servant, Joss puffing his pipe at intervals within, and looking so majestic that the little boys cried hooray, and many people thought he must be a governor-general. He, I promise, did not decline the obsequious invitation of the landlords to alight and refresh himself in the neat country towns. Having partaken of a copious breakfast with fish and rice and hard eggs at Southampton, he had so far rallied at Winchester as to think a glass of sherry necessary. At Acton he stepped out of the carriage at his servant's request, and imbibed some of the ale for which the place is famous. At Farnham he stopped to view the bishop's castle, and to partake of a light dinner of stewed eels, veal cutlets, and French beans, with a bottle of claret. He was cold over Bagshot Heath, where the native chattered more and more, and Joss Sahib took some brandy and water. In fact, when he drove into town, he was as full of wine, beer, meat, pickles, cherry brandy, and tobacco as the steward's cabin of a steam packet. It was evening when his carriage thundered up to the little door in Brompton, whither the affectionate fellow drove first, and before hieing to the apartments secured for him by Mr. Dobbin at the Slaughters. All the faces in the street were in the windows. The little maidservant flew to the wicket-gate. The madame's clap looked out from the casement of the ornamented kitchen. Emmy, in a great flutter, was in the passage among the hats and coats, and old Sedley in the parlour inside, shaking all over. Joss descended from the post-chaise and down the creeping, swaying steps in awful state, supported by the new valet from Southampton and the shuddering native, whose brown face was now livid with cold, and of the colour of a turkey's gizzard. He created an immense sensation in the passage presently, where Mrs. Clapp and Miss Clapp, coming perhaps to listen at the parlour door, found Lal Giatwab shaking upon the hall bench under the coats, moaning in a strange, piteous way, and showing his yellow eyeballs and teeth. For you see, we have adroitly shut the door upon the meeting between Joss and the old father and the poor little gentle sister inside. The old man was very much affected, so of course was his daughter, nor was Joss without feeling. In that long absence of 10 years the most selfish will think about home and early ties. Distance sanctifies both. Long brooding over those lost pleasures exaggerates their charm and sweetness. Joss was unaffectedly glad to see and shake the hand of his father, between whom and himself there had been a coolness, glad to see his little sister, whom he remembered so pretty and smiling, and pained at the alteration which time, grief, and misfortune had made in the shattered old man. Emmy had come out to the door in her black clothes and whispered to him of her mother's death, and not to speak of it to their father. There was no need for this caution, for the elder Sedley himself began immediately to speak of the event, and prattled about it and wept over it piteously. It shocked the Indian not a little, and made him think of himself less than the poor fellow was accustomed to do. The result of the interview must have been very satisfactory, for when Joss reascended his post-chaise and had driven away to his hotel, Emmy embraced her father tenderly, appealing to him with an air of triumph, and asking the old man whether she did not always say that her brother had a good heart. Indeed, Joseph Sedley, affected by the humble position in which he found his relations, and in the expansiveness and overflowing of heart occasioned by their first meeting, declared that they should never suffer want or discomfort any more, that he was at home for some time at any rate, during which his house and everything he had should be theirs, and Amelia would look very pretty at the head of his table, until she would accept one of her own. She shook her head sadly, and had, as usual, recourse to the waterworks. She knew what he meant. She and her young confidante, Miss Mary, had talked over the matter most fully the very night of the Major's visit, beyond which time the impetuous Polly could not refrain from talking of the discovery which she had made, and describing the start and tremor of joy by which Major Dobbin betrayed himself when Mr. Binny passed with his bride, and the Major learned that he had no longer a rival to fear. "Didn't you see how he shook all over when you asked if he was married, and said, 'Who told you those lies?' Oh, ma'am," Polly said, "he never kept his eyes off of you, and I'm sure he's grown grey thinking of you." But Amelia, looking up at her bed, over which hung the portraits of her husband and son, told her young protégé never to speak on that subject again. That Major Dobbin had been her husband's dearest friend, and her own and George's most kind and affectionate guardian, that she loved him as a brother, but that a woman who had been married to such an angel as that, and she pointed to the wall, could never think of any other union. Poor Polly sighed. She thought what she should do if young Mr. Tompkins at the surgery, who always looked at her so at church, and who, by those mere aggressive glances, had put her timorous little heart into such a flutter that she was ready to surrender at once. What should she do if he were to die? She knew he was consumptive, his cheeks were so red, and he was uncommon thin in the waist. Not that Emmy, being made aware of the honest Major's passion, rebuffed him in any way, or felt displeased with him. Such an attachment from so true and loyal a gentleman could make no woman angry. Desdemona was not angry with Cassio, though there is very little doubt she saw the lieutenant's partiality for her, and I for my part believe there were many more things that took place in that sad affair than the worthy Moorish officer ever knew of. Why, Miranda was even very kind to Caliban, and we may be pretty sure for the same reason. Not that she would encourage him in the least, the poor uncouth monster, of course not. No more would Emmy by any means encourage her admirer, the Major. She would give him that friendly regard which so much excellence and fidelity merited. She would treat him with perfect cordiality and frankness until he made his proposals, and then it would be time enough for her to speak, and to put an end to hopes which could never be realized. She slept therefore very soundly that evening, after the conversation with Miss Polly, and was more than ordinarily happy, in spite of Joss's delaying. "I'm glad he's not going to marry that Miss O'Dowd," she thought. "Colonel O'Dowd never could have a sister fit for such an accomplished man as Major William. Who was there amongst her little circle who would make him a good wife? Not Miss Binny, she was too old and ill-tempered. Miss Osborne, too old too. Little Polly was too young. Mrs. Osborne could not find anybody to suit the Major before she went to sleep." The same morning brought Major Dobbin a letter to the Slaughters' coffee-house from his friend at Southampton, begging dear Dobb to excuse Joss for being in a rage when awakened the day before. He had a confounded headache and was just in his first sleep, and entreating Dobb to engage comfortable rooms at the Slaughters for Mr. Sedley and his servants. The Major had become necessary to Joss during the voyage. He was attached to him, and hung upon him. The other passengers were away to London. Young Ricketts and little Chaffers went away on the coach that day, Ricketts on the box, taking the reins from Bodley. The doctor was off to his family at Portsea, Bragg gone to town with his co-partners, and the first mate busy in the unloading of the Ram Chunder. Mr. Joe was very lonely at Southampton, and got the landlord of the George to take a glass of wine with him that day, at the very hour at which Major Dobbin was seated at the table of his father, Sir William, where his sister found out, for it was impossible for the Major to tell fibs, that he had been to see Mrs. George Osborne. Joss was so comfortably situated in St. Martin's Lane, he could enjoy his hookah there with such perfect ease, and could swagger down to the theatres when minded so agreeably, that perhaps he would have remained altogether at the Slaughters had not his friend the Major been at his elbow. That gentleman would not let the Bengalee rest until he had executed his promise of having a home for Amelia and his father. Joss was a soft fellow in anybody's hands, Dobbin most active in anybody's concerns but his own. The civilian was, therefore, an easy victim to the guileless arts of this good-natured diplomatist, and was ready to purchase, hire, or relinquish whatever his friend thought fit. Lal Juab, of whom the boys about St. Martin's Lane used to make cruel fun whenever he showed his dusky countenance in the street, was sent back to Calcutta in the Lady Kicklebury East Indiaman, in which Sir William Dobbin had a share, having previously taught Joss's European the art of preparing curries, pilaus, and pipes. It was a matter of great delight and occupation to Joss to superintend the building of a small chariot which he and the Major ordered in the neighbouring Long Acre, and a pair of handsome horses were jobbed, with which Joss drove about in state in the park, or to call upon his Indian friends. Amelia was not seldom by his side on these excursions, when also Major Dobbin would be seen in the back seat of the carriage. At other times old Sedley and his daughter took advantage of it, and Miss Clapp, who frequently accompanied her friend, had great pleasure in being recognized as she sat in the carriage, dressed in the famous yellow shawl, by the young gentleman at the surgery, whose face might commonly be seen over the window blinds as she passed. Shortly after Joss's first appearance at Brompton, a dismal scene, indeed, took place at that humble cottage at which the Sedleys had passed the last 10 years of their life. Joss's carriage, the temporary one, not the chariot under construction, arrived one day and carried off old Sedley and his daughter, to return no more. The tears that were shed by the landlady and the landlady's daughter at that event were as genuine tears of sorrow as any that have ever been outpoured in the course of history. In their long acquaintanceship and intimacy, they could not recall a harsh word that had been uttered by Amelia. She had been all sweetness and kindness, always thankful, always gentle, even when Mrs. Clapp lost her own temper and pressed for the rent. When the kind creature was going away for good and all, the landlady reproached herself bitterly for ever having used a rough expression to her. How she wept as they stuck up with wafers on the window a paper notifying that the little rooms so long occupied were to let. They never would have such lodgers again, and that was quite clear. After life proved the truth of this melancholy prophecy, and Mrs. Clapp revenged herself for the deterioration of mankind by levying the most savage contributions upon the tea-caddies and legs of mutton of her locataires. Most of them scolded and grumbled. Some of them did not pay. None of them stayed. The landlady might well regret those old friends who had left her. As for Miss Mary, her sorrow at Amelia's departure was such as I shall not attempt to depict. From childhood upwards she had been with her daily, and had attached herself so passionately to that dear, good lady, that when the grand barouche came to carry her off into splendour, she fainted in the arms of her friend, who was indeed scarcely less affected than the good-natured girl. Amelia loved her like a daughter. During 11 years the girl had been her constant friend and associate. Separation was a very painful one indeed to her, but it was of course arranged that Mary was to come and stay often at the grand new house whither Mrs. Osborne was going, and where Mary was sure she would never be so happy as she had been in their humble cot, as Miss Clapp called it, in the language of the novels which she loved. Let us hope she was wrong in her judgment. Poor Emmy's days of happiness had been very few in that humble cot. A gloomy fate had oppressed her there. She never liked to come back to the house after she had left it, or to face the landlady who had tyrannized over her when ill-humoured and unpaid, or when pleased had treated her with a coarse familiarity scarcely less odious. Her civility and fulsome compliments when Emmy was in prosperity were not more to the lady's liking. She cast about notes of admiration all over the new house, extolling every article of furniture or ornament. She fingered Mrs. Osborne's dresses and calculated their price. Nothing could be too good for that sweet lady, she vowed and protested. But in the vulgar sycophant who had now paid court to her, Emmy was always remembered the coarse tyrant who had made her miserable many a time, to whom she had been forced to put up petitions for time, when the rent was overdue, who cried out at her extravagance if she bought delicacies for her ailing mother or father, who had seen her humble and trampled upon her. Nobody ever heard of these griefs, which had been part of our poor little woman's lot in life. She kept them secret from her father, whose improvidence was the cause of much of her misery. She had to bear all the blame of his misdoings, and indeed was so utterly gentle and humble as to be made by nature for a victim. I hope she is not to suffer much more of that hard usage, and, as in all griefs there is said to be some consolation, I may mention that poor Mary, when left at her friend's departure in a hysterical condition, was placed under the medical treatment of the young fellow from the surgery, under whose care she rallied after a short period. Emmy, when she went away from Brompton, endowed Mary with every article of furniture that house contained, only taking away her pictures, the 2 pictures over the bed, and her piano, that little piano which had now passed into a plaintive jingling old age, but which she loved for reasons of her own. She was a child when first she played on it, and her parents gave it her. It had been given to her again since, as the reader may remember, when her father's house was gone to ruin, and the instrument was recovered out of the wreck. Major Dobbin was exceedingly pleased when, as he was superintending the arrangements of Joss's new house, which the Major insisted should be very handsome and comfortable, the cart arrived from Brompton, bringing the trucks and bandboxes of the immigrants from that village, and with them the old piano. Amelia would have it up in her sitting-room, a neat little apartment on the 2nd floor, adjoining her father's chamber, and where the old gentleman sat commonly of evenings. When the men appeared bearing this old music-box, and Amelia gave orders that it should be placed in the chamber aforesaid, Dobbin was quite elated. "I'm glad you've kept it," he said in a very sentimental manner. "I was afraid you didn't care about it." "I value it more than anything I have in the world," said Amelia. "Do you, Amelia?" cried the Major. The fact was, as he had bought it himself, though he never said anything about it, it never entered into his head to suppose that Emmy should think anybody else was the purchaser, and as a matter of course he fancied that she knew the gift came from him. "Do you, Amelia?" he said, and the question, the great question of all, was trembling on his lips, when Emmy replied, "Can I do otherwise? Did not he give it to me?" "I did not know," said poor old Dobb, and his countenance fell. Emmy did not note the circumstances at the time, nor take immediate heed of the very dismal expression which honest Dobbin's countenance assumed, but she thought of it afterwards, and then it struck her, with inexpressible pain and mortification too, that it was William who was the giver of the piano, and not George, as she had fancied. It was not George's gift, the only one which she had received from her lover, as she thought. The thing she had cherished beyond all others, her dearest relic and prize. She had spoken to it about George, played his favorite airs upon it, sat for long evening hours, touching, to the best of her simple art, melancholy harmonies on the keys, and weeping over them in silence. It was not George's relic. It was valueless now. The next time that old Sedley asked her to play, she said it was shockingly out of tune, that she had a headache, that she couldn't play. Then, according to her custom, she rebuked herself for her pettishness and ingratitude, and determined to make a reparation to honest William for the slight she had not expressed to him, but had felt for his piano. A few days afterwards, as they were seated in the drawing-room, where Joss had fallen asleep with great comfort after dinner, Amelia said with rather a faltering voice to Major Dobbin, "I have to beg your pardon for something." "About what?" said he. About that little square piano. I never thanked you for it when you gave it me, many, many years ago, before I was married. I thought someone else had given it. But thank you, William." She held out her hand, but the poor little woman's heart was bleeding, and as for her eyes, of course they were at their work. But William could hold no more. "Amelia, Amelia," he said, "I did buy it for you. I loved you then as I do now, I must tell you. I think I loved you from the first minute that I saw you, when George brought me to your house to show me the Amelia whom he was engaged to. You were but a girl, in white, with large ringlets. You came down singing, do you remember? And we went to Vauxhall. Since then I have thought of but one woman in the world, and that was you. I think there is no hour in the day that has passed for 12 years that I haven't thought of you. I came to tell you this before I went to India, but you did not care, and I hadn't the heart to speak. You did not care whether I stayed or went. I was very ungrateful, Amelia said. No, only indifferent, Dobbin continued desperately. I have nothing to make a woman be otherwise. I know what you are feeling now. You're hurt in your heart at the discovery about the piano, and that it came from me and not from George. I forgot, or I should never have spoken of it so. It is for me to ask your pardon for being a fool for a moment, and thinking that years of constancy and devotion might have pleaded with you. It is you who are cruel now, Amelia said with some spirit. George is my husband here and in heaven. How could I love any other but him? I am his now as when you first saw me, dear William. It was he who told me how good and generous you were, and who taught me to love you as a brother. Have you not been everything to me and my boy, our dearest, truest, kindest friend and protector? Had you come a few months sooner, perhaps you might have spared me that dreadful parting. It nearly killed me, William. But you didn't come, and though I wished and prayed for you to come, and they took him, too, away from me. Isn't he a noble boy, William? Be his friend still, and mine." And here her voice broke, and she hid her face on his shoulder. The Major folded his arms around her, holding her to him as if she was a child, and kissed her head. "I will not change, dear Amelia," he said. "I ask for no more than your love. I think I would not have it otherwise. Only let me stay near you and see you often." "Yes, often," Amelia said. And so William was at liberty to look and to long, as the poor boy at school who has no money may sigh after the contents of the tart woman's tray. End of chapter 59.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Simpson. Vanity Fair, Chapter 60, Returns to the Genteel World. Good fortune now begins to smile upon Amelia. We are glad to get her out of that low sphere in which she'd been creeping hitherto, and introduce her into a polite circle. Not so grand and refined as that in which our other female friend, Mrs. Becky, has appeared, but still having no small pretensions to gentility and fashion. Joseph's friends were all from the three presidencies, and his new house was in the comfortable Anglo-Indian district of which Moira Place is the center. Minto Square, Great Clive Street, Warren Street, Hastings Street, Ochterlony Place, Plassey Square, Essay Terrace, gardens was a felicitous word not applied to stucco houses with asphalt terraces in front so early as 1827. Who does not know these respectable abodes of the retired Indian aristocracy, and the quarter which Mr. Wenham calls the Black Hole, in a word? Joseph's position in life was not grand enough to entitle him to a house in Moira Place, where none can live but retired members of council and partners of Indian firms, who break after having settled £100,000 on their wives and retire into comparative penury to a country place and £4,000 a year. He engaged a comfortable house of a second or third-rate order in Gillespie Street, purchasing the carpets, costly mirrors, and handsome and appropriate planned furniture by Seddons from the assignees of Mr. Scape, lately admitted partner into the great Calcutta house of Fogel, Fake, and Cracksman, in which poor Scape had embarked £70,000, the earnings of a long and honourable life, taking Fake's place, who retired to a princely park in Sussex. The Fogels have been long out of that firm, and Sir Horace Fogel is about to be raised to the peerage as Baron Bandana. Admitted, I say, partner into the great agency house of Fogel and Fake 2 years before it failed for £1 million and plunged half the Indian public into misery and ruin. Scape, ruined, honest, and broken-hearted at 65 years of age, went out to Calcutta to wind up the affairs of the house. Walter Scape was withdrawn from Eton and put into a merchant's house, Florence Scape, Fanny Scape, and their mother faded away to Boulogne and will be heard of no more. To be brief, Joes stepped in and bought their carpets and sideboards, and admired himself in the mirrors which had reflected their kind, handsome faces. The Scape tradesmen, all honorably paid, left their cards and were eager to supply the new household. The large men in white waistcoats who waited at Scape's dinners, greengrocers, bank porters, and milkmen in their private capacity, left their addresses and ingratiated themselves with the butler. Mr. Chumney, the chimney purifier who had swept the last 3 families, tried to coax the butler and the boy under him, whose duty it was to go out covered with buttons and with stripes down his trousers, for the protection of Mrs. Amelia, whenever she chose to walk abroad. It was a modest establishment. The butler was Joes's valet also, and never was more drunk than a butler in a small family should be who has a proper regard for his master's wine. Emmy was supplied with a maid, grown on Sir William Dobbin's suburban estate, a good girl whose likeness and humility disarmed Mrs. Osborne, who was at first terrified at the idea of having a servant to wait upon herself, who did not in the least know how to use one, and who always spoke to domestics with the most reverential politeness. But this maid was very useful in the family, and dexterously tending old Mr. Sedley, who kept almost entirely to his own quarter of the house and never mixed in any of the gay doings which took place there. Numbers of people came to see Mrs. Osborne. Lady Dobbin and daughters were delighted at her change of fortune and waited upon her. Miss Osborne from Russell Square came in her grand chariot with the flaming hammercloth emblazoned with the Leeds arms. Jos was reported to be immensely rich. Old Osborne had no objection that Georgie should inherit his uncle's property as well as his own. "Darn it, we will make a man of that feller," he said, "and I'll see him in Parliament before I die. You may go and see his mother, Miss O, though I'll never set eyes on her." And Miss Osborne came. Emmy, you may be sure, was very glad to see her, and so be brought nearer to George. That young fellow was allowed to come much more frequently than before to visit his mother. He dined once or twice a week in Gillespie Street, and bullied the servants and his relations there just as he did in Russell Square. He was always respectful to Major Dobbin, however, and more modest in his demeanour when that gentleman was present. He was a clever lad, and afraid of the Major. George could not help admiring his friend's simplicity, his good humour, his various learning quietly imparted, his general love of truth and justice. He had met no such man as yet in the course of his experience, and he had an instinctive liking for a gentleman. He hung fondly on his godfather's side, and it was his delight to walk in the parks and hear Dobbin talk. William told George about his father, about India and Waterloo, about everything but himself. When George was more than usually pert and conceited, the Major made jokes at him, which Mrs. Osborne thought very cruel. One day, taking him to the play, and the boy declining to go into the pit because it was vulgar, the Major took him to the boxes, left him there, and went down himself to the pit. He had not been seated there very long when he felt an arm thrust under his, and a dandy little hand in a kid glove squeezing his arm. George had seen the absurdity of his ways, and had come down from the upper region. A tender laugh of benevolence lighted up old Dobbin's face and eyes as he looked at the repentant little prodigal. He loved the boy, as he did everything that belonged to Amelia. How charmed she was when she heard of this instance of George's goodness! Her eyes looked more kindly on Dobbin than they ever had before. She blushed, he thought, after looking at him so. Georgie never tired of his praises of the Major to his mother. "I like him, Mamma, because he knows such lots of things. And he ain't like old Veal, who is always bragging and using such long words. Don't you know? The chaps call him Longtail at school. I gave him the name. Ain't it capital? But Dobb reads Latin like English, and French and that. And when we go out together, he tells me stories about my papa and never about himself. Though I heard Colonel Buckler at Grandpapa's say that he was one of the bravest officers in the army and had distinguished himself ever so much. Grandpa was quite surprised and said, 'That feller? Why, I didn't think he could say boo to a goose. But I know he could. Couldn't he, Mamma?" Emmy laughed. She thought it was very likely the Major could do thus much. If there was a sincere liking between George and the Major, it must be confessed that between the boy and his uncle no great love existed. George got a lot of blowing out his cheeks and putting his hands in his waistcoat pockets and saying, "Oh, God bless my soul, you don't say so," so exactly after the fashion of old Jos that it was impossible to refrain from laughter. The servants would explode at dinner if the lad, asking for something which wasn't at the table, put on that countenance and used the favorite phrase. Even Dobbin would shoot out a sudden peal at the boy's mimicry. If George did not mimic his uncle to his face, it was only by Dobbin's rebukes and Amelia's terrified entreaties that the little scapegrace was induced to desist. And the worthy citizen, being haunted by a dim consciousness that the lad thought him an ass, and was inclined to turn him into ridicule, used to be extremely timorous and, of course, doubly pompous and dignified in the presence of Master Georgie. When it was announced that the young gentleman was expected in Gillespie Street to dine with his mother, Mr. Jos commonly found that he had an engagement at the club. Perhaps nobody was much grieved at his absence. On those days Mr. Sedley would commonly be induced to come out from his place of refuge in the upper stories, and there would be a small family party, whereof Major Dobbin pretty generally formed one. He was the ami de la maison, old Sedley's friend, Emmy's friend, Georgie's friend, Jos's counsel and adviser. "He might almost as well be at Madras for anything we see of him," Miss Anne Dobbin remarked at Chamberwell. "Ah, Miss Anne, did it not strike you that it was not you whom the Major wanted to marry?" Joseph Sedley then led a life of dignified odiosity, such as became a person of his eminence. His very first point, of course, was to become a member of the Oriental Club, where he spent his mornings in the company of his brother Indians, where he dined, or whence he brought home men to dine. Amelia had to receive and entertain these gentlemen and their ladies. From these she heard how soon Smith would be in council, how many lacs Joan had brought home with him, how Thompson's house in London had refused the bills drawn by Thompson, Kibbagee and Company, the Bombay house, and how it was thought the Calcutta house must go too. How very imprudent it was, to say the least of, Mrs. Brown's conduct, wife of Brown of the Abednugger Irregulars, had been with young Swanky of the bodyguard, sitting up with him on deck until all hours, and losing themselves as they were riding out at the Cape. How Mrs. Hardyman had had out her 13 sisters, daughters of a country curate, the Reverend Felix Rabbits, and married 11 of them, 7 high up in the service. How Hornby was wild because his wife would stay in Europe, and Trotter was appointed to collector at Umarapura. This and similar talk took place at the grand dinners all round. They had the same conversation, the same silver dishes, the same saddles of mutton, boiled turkeys, and entrees. Politics set in a short time after dessert, when the ladies retired upstairs and talked about their complaints and their children. Mutato nomine. It is all the same. Don't the barristers' wives talk about circuit? Don't the soldiers' ladies gossip about the regiment? Don't the clergymen's ladies discourse about Sunday schools and who takes whose duty? Don't the very greatest ladies of all talk about the small clique of persons to whom they belong? And why should our Indian friends not have their own conversation? Only I admit it is slow for the layman whose fate it is sometimes to sit by and listen. Before long Emmy had a visiting book, and was driving about regularly in a carriage, calling upon Lady Bludier, wife of Major General Sir Roger Bludier, K.C.B., Bengal Army. Lady Huff, wife of Sir G. Huff, Bombay ditto. Mrs. Pice, the lady of Pice the director, and etc. We are not long in using ourselves to changes in life. That carriage came round to Gillespie Street every day. That Buttony boy sprang up and down from the box with Emmy's and Jos's visiting cards. At stated hours, Emmy in the carriage went for Jos to the club, and took him an airing, or, putting old Sedley into the vehicle, she drove the old man round the Regent's Park. The lady's maid and the chariot, the visiting book and the buttony page became soon as familiar to Amelia as the humble routine of Brompton. She accommodated herself as one to the other. If fate had ordained that she should be a duchess, she would even have done that duty too. She was voted in Joseph's female society rather a pleasing young woman. Not much in her, but pleasing and that sort of thing. The men, as usual, liked her artless kindness and simple refined demeanor. The gallant young Indian dandies at home on furlough, immense dandies these, chained and mustached, driving in tearing cabs the pillars of the theatres, living at West End hotels, nevertheless admired Mrs. Osborne, liked to bow to her carriage in the park, and to be admitted to have the honour of paying her a morning visit. Swanky of the bodyguard himself, that dangerous youth, and the greatest buck of all the Indian Army now on leave, was one day discovered by Major Dobbin tete-a-tete with Amelia, and describing the sport of pig-sticking to her with great humour and eloquence, and he spoke afterwards of a darned king's officer that's always hanging about the house, a long, thin, queer-looking, oldish fellow, a dry fellow, though, that took the shine out of a man in the talking line. Had the Major possessed a little more personal vanity, he would have been jealous of so dangerous a young buck as that fascinating Bengal captain. But Dobbin was of too simple and generous a nature to have any doubts about Amelia. He was glad that the young men should pay her respect, and that others should admire her. Ever since her womanhood almost had she not been persecuted and undervalued? It pleased him to see how kindness brought out her good qualities, and how her spirits gently rose with her prosperity. Any person who appreciated her paid compliment to the Major's good judgment, that is, if a man may be said to have good judgment, who was under the influences of love's delusion. After Jos went to court, which we may be sure he did as a loyal subject of his sovereign, showing himself in his full court suit at the club, whither Dobbin came to fetch him in a very shabby old uniform, he who had always been a staunch loyalist and admirer of George IV became such a tremendous Tory and pillar of the state that he was for having Amelia to go to a drawing-room too. He somehow had worked himself up to believe that he was implicated in the maintenance of the public welfare, and that the sovereign would not be happy unless Jos Sedley and his family appeared to rally round him at St. James. Emmy laughed. "Shall I wear the family diamonds, Jos?" she said. "I wish you would let me buy you some," thought the Major. "I should like to see any diamonds that were too good for you." End of chapter 60. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please see LibriVox.org. Today's reading by Bethany Simpson. Vanity Fair, Chapter 61, in which 2 lights are put out. There came a day when the round of decorous pleasures and solemn gaieties, in which Mr. Jos Sedley's family indulged, was interrupted by an event which happens in most houses. As you ascend the staircase of your house from the drawing towards the bedroom floors, you may have remarked a little arch in the wall right before you, which at once gives light to the stair which leads from the 2nd story to the 3rd, where the nursery and servants' chambers commonly are, and serves for another purpose of utility, of which the undertaker's men can give you a notion. They rest the coffins upon that arch, or pass them through it, so as not to disturb in any unseemly manner the cold tenant slumbering within the black ark. That 2nd-floor arch in a London house, looking up and down the well of the staircase, and commanding the main thoroughfare by which the inhabitants are passing, by which cook lurks down before daylight to scour her pots and pans in the kitchen, by which young master stealthily ascends, having left his boots in the hall, and let himself in after dawn from a jolly night at the club, down which Miss comes rustling in fresh ribbons and spreading muslins, brilliant and beautiful, and prepared for conquest and the ball. Or Master Tommy slides, preferring the banisters for mode of conveyance, and disdaining danger and the stair, down which the mother is fondly carried, smiling in her strong husband's arms as he steps steadily step by step, and followed by the monthly nurse on the day when the medical man has pronounced that the charming patient may go downstairs, up which John lurks to bed yawning with a sputtering tallow candle, and to gather up before sunrise his boots which are awaiting him in the passages. That stair, up and down which babies are carried, old people are helped, guests are marshalled to the ball, the parson walks to the christening, the doctor to the sick room, and the undertaker's men to the upper floor. What a memento of life, death, and vanity it is, that arch and stair, if you choose to consider it, and sit on the landing looking up and down the well. The doctor will come up to us too for the last time there, my friend in motley. The nurse will look in at the curtains, and you take no notice. Then she will fling open the windows for a little and let in the air. Then they will pull down all the front blinds of the house and live in the back rooms. Then they will send for the lawyer and other men in black, etc. Your comedy and mine will have been played then, and we shall be removed. Oh, how far from the trumpets and the shouting and the posture-making! If we are gentlefolks, they will put hatchments over our late domicile, with gilt cherubim and mottos stating that there is quiet in heaven. Your son will furnish the house, or perhaps let it, and go into a more modern quarter. Your name will be among the members deceased in the list of your clubs next year. However much you may be mourned, your widow will like to have her weeds neatly made. The cook will send or come up to ask about dinner. The survivor will soon bear to look at your picture over the mantelpiece, which will presently be deposed from the place of honor to make way for the portrait of the son who reigns. Which of the dead are most tenderly and passionately deplored? Those who love the survivors the least, I believe. The death of a child occasions a passion of grief and frantic tears, such as your end, brother reader, will never inspire. The death of an infant which scarce knew you, which a week's absence from you would have caused to forget you, will strike you down more than the loss of your closest friend, or your firstborn son, a man grown like yourself with children of his own. We may be harsh and stern with Judah and Simeon, but our love and our pity gush out for Benjamin, the little one. And if you are old, as some reader of this may be or shall be, old and rich or old and poor, you may one day be thinking for yourself, these people are very good round about me, but they won't grieve too much when I'm gone. I am very rich, and they want my inheritance. Or very poor, and they're tired of supporting me. The period of mourning for Mrs. Sedley's death was only just concluded, and Joe scarcely had had time to cast off his black and appear in the splendid waistcoats which he loved, when it became evident to those about Mr. Sedley that another even was at hand, and that the old man was about to go seek for his wife in the dark land whither she had preceded him. "The state of my father's health," Joe Sedley solemnly remarked at the club, "prevents me from giving any large parties this season. But if you will come in quietly at 6:30, Chutney, my boy, and take a homely dinner with one or two of the old set, I shall be always glad to see you." So Joe and his acquaintances dined and drank their claret among themselves in silence, whilst the sands of life were running out in the old man's glass upstairs. The velvet-footed butler brought them their wine, and they composed themselves to a rubber after dinner, at which Major Dobbin would sometimes come and take a hand, and Mrs. Osborne would occasionally descend when her patient above was settled for the night, and had commenced one of those lightly troubled slumbers which visit the pillow of old age. The old man clung to his daughter during this sickness. He would take his broths and medicines from scarcely any other hand. To tend him became almost the sole business of her life. Her bed was placed close by the door which opened into his chamber, and she was alive at the slightest noise or disturbance from the couch of the querulous invalid. Though, to do him justice, he lay awake many an hour, silent and without stirring, unwilling to awaken his kind and vigilant nurse. He loved his daughter with more fondness now, perhaps, than ever he had done since the days of her childhood. In the discharge of gentle offices and kind filial duties, this simple creature shone most especially. She walks into the room as silently as a sunbeam, Mr. Dobbin thought as he saw her passing in and out of her father's room, a cheerful sweetness lighting up her face as she moved to and fro, graceful and noiseless. When women are brooding over their children or busied in a sick room, who has not seen in their faces those sweet angelic beams of love and pity? A secret feud of some years' standing was thus healed, and with a tacit reconciliation. In these last hours, and touched by her love and goodness, the old man forgot all his grief against her, and wrongs which he and his wife had many a long night debated, how she had given up everything for her boy, how she was careless of her parents in their old age and misfortune and only thought of the child, how absurdly and foolishly, impiously indeed, she took on when George was removed from her. Old Sedley forgot these charges as he was making up his last account, and did justice to the gentle and uncomplaining little martyr. One night when she stole into his room, she found him awake, when the broken old man made his confession. "Oh, Emmy, I've been thinking we were very unkind and unjust to you," he said, and put out his cold and feeble hand to her. She knelt down and prayed by his bedside, as he did too, having still hold of her hand. When our turn comes, friend, may we have such company in our prayers. Perhaps as he was lying awake then, his life may have passed before him. His early hopeful struggles, his manly successes and prosperity, his downfall in his declining years, and his present helpless condition. No chance of revenge against fortune, which had had the better of him. Neither name nor money to bequeath. A spent-out, bootless life of defeat and disappointment, and the end here. Which, I wonder, brother reader, is the better lot? To die prosperous and famous, or poor and disappointed? To have and to be forced to yield, or to sink out of life, having played and lost the game? There must be a strange feeling when a day of our life comes and we say, tomorrow success or failure won't matter much, and the sun will rise, and all the myriads of mankind go to their work or their pleasure as usual, but I shall be out of the turmoil. So there came one morning and sunrise when all the world got up and set about its various works and pleasures, with the exception of old John Sedley, who was not to fight with fortune or to hope or scheme any more, but to go and take up a quiet and utterly unknown residence in a churchyard at Brompton by the side of his old wife. Major Dobbin, Joe's, and Georgie followed his remains to the grave in a black cloth coach. Joe's came on purpose from the Star and Garter at Richmond, whither he retreated after the deplorable event. He did not care to remain in the house under the circumstances, you understand. But Emmy stayed and did her duty as usual. She was bowed down by no especial grief, and rather solemn than sorrowful. She prayed that her own end might be as calm and painless, and thought with trust and reverence of the words which she had heard from her father during his illness, indicative of his faith, his resignation, and his future hope. Yes, I think that will be the better ending of the two after all. Suppose you are particularly rich and well-to-do, and say on the last day, I am very rich, I am tolerably well known, I have lived all my life in the best society, and, thank heaven, come of a most respectable family. I have served my king and country with honor. I was in Parliament for several years, where I may say my speeches were listened to and pretty well received. I don't owe any man a shilling. On the contrary, I lent my old college friend Jack Lazarus £50, for which my executors will not press him. I leave my daughters with £10,000 apiece, very good portions for girls, and I bequeath my plate, my furniture, my house in Baker Street, with a handsome jointure to my widow for her life, and my landed property, besides money in the funds, and my cellar of well-selected wine in Baker Street, to my son. I leave £20 a year to my valet, and I defy any man after I've gone to find anything against my character. Or, suppose on the other hand your swan sings quite a different sort of dirge, and you say, I am a poor, blighted, disappointed old fellow, and have made an utter failure through life. I was not endowed either with brains or with good fortune, and I confess that I have committed 100 mistakes and blunders. I own to having forgotten my duty many a time. I cannot pay what I owe. On my last bed I lie utterly helpless and humble, and I pray forgiveness for my weakness, and throw myself with a contrite heart at the feet of the divine mercy. Which of these two speeches think you would be the best oration for your own funeral? Old Sedley made the last, and in that humble frame of mind, and holding by the hand of his daughter, life and disappointment and vanity sank away from under him. You see, said old Osborne to George, what comes of merit and industry, and judicious speculations and that. Look at me and my banker's account, and look at your grandfather Sedley and his failure. And yet he was a better man than I was. This day, 20 years, a better man. I should say by £10,000. Beyond these people and Mr. Clapp's family, who came over from Brompton to pay a visit of condolence, not a single soul alive ever cared a penny piece about old John Sedley, or remembered the existence of such a person. When old Osborne first heard from his friend Colonel Buckler, little Georgie had already informed us, how distinguished an officer Major Dobbin was, he exhibited a great deal of scornful incredulity, and expressed his surprise however such a feller as that should possess either brains or reputation. But he heard of the Major's fame from various members of his society. Sir William Dobbin had a great opinion of his son, and narrated many stories illustrative of the Major's learning, valor, and estimation in the world's opinion. Finally, his name appeared in the lists of one or two great parties of the nobility, and this circumstance had a prodigious effect upon the old aristocrat of Russell Square. The Major's position as guardian to Georgie, whose possession had been ceded to his grandfather, rendered some meetings between the two gentlemen inevitable, and it was in one of these that old Osborne, a keen man of business, looking into the Major's accounts with his ward and the boy's mother, got a hint which staggered him very much, and at once pained and pleased him, that it was out of William Dobbin's own pocket that a part of the fund had been supplied upon which the poor widow and the child had subsisted. When pressed upon the point, Dobbin, who could not tell lies, blushed and stammered a good deal, and finally confessed. The marriage, he said, at which his interlocutor's face grew dark. The marriage was very much my doing. I thought my poor friend had gone so far that retreat from his engagement would have been dishonor to him and death to Mrs. Osborne, and I could do no less, when she was left without resources, than to give what money I could spare to maintain her. Major D., Mr. Osborne said, looking hard at him and turning very red too, you did me a great injury, but give me leave to tell you, sir, you are an honest feller. There's my hand, sir, though I little thought that my flesh and blood was living on you. And the pair shook hands with great confusion on Major Dobbin's part, thus found out in his act of charitable hypocrisy. He strove to soften the old man and reconcile him toward his son's memory. He was such a noble fellow, he said, that all of us loved him and would have done anything for him. I, as a young man in those days, was flattered beyond measure by his preference for me, and was more pleased to be seen in his company than in that of the commander-in-chief. I never saw his equal for pluck and daring and all the qualities of a soldier. And Dobbin told the old father as many stories as he could remember regarding the gallantry and achievements of his son. "And Georgie is so like him," the major added. "He's so like him that it makes me tremble sometimes," the grandfather said. On one or two evenings the major came to dine with Mr. Osborne. It was during the time of the sickness of Mr. Sedley. And as the two sat together in the evening after dinner, all their talk was about the departed hero. The father boasted about him according to his wont, glorifying himself and recounting his son's feats and gallantry. But his mood was at any rate better and more charitable than that in which he had been disposed until now to regard the poor fellow. And the Christian heart of the kind major was pleased at these symptoms of returning peace and goodwill. On the second evening, old Osborne called Dobbin William, just as he used to do at the time when Dobbin and George were boys together, and the honest gentleman was pleased by that mark of reconciliation. On the next day at breakfast, when Miss Osborne, with the asperity of her age and character, ventured to make some remark reflecting slightingly upon the major's appearance or behavior, the master of the house interrupted her. "You'd have been glad enough to get him for yourself, Miss O. Ha! But them grapes are sour. Ha! Major William is a fine feller." "That he is, Grandpapa," said Georgie approvingly, and going up close to the old gentleman, he took a hold of his large gray whiskers and laughed in his face good-humoredly and kissed him. And he told the story at night to his mother, who fully agreed with the boy. "Indeed he is," she said. "Your dear father always said so. He is one of the best and one of the most upright of men." Dobbin happened to drop in very soon after this conversation, which made Amelia blush perhaps, and the young scapegrace increased the confusion by telling Dobbin the other part of the story. "I say, Dobb," he said, "there's such an uncommon nice girl wants to marry you. She's plenty of tin. She wears a front, and she scolds the servants from morning till night." "Who is it?" asked Dobbin. "It's Aunt O," the boy answered. "Grandpapa said so. And I say, Dobb, how prime it would be to have you for my uncle." Old Sedley's quavering voice from the next room at this moment weakly called for Amelia, and the laughing ended. That old Osborne's mind was changing was pretty clear. He asked George about his uncle sometimes, and laughed at the boy's imitation of the way in which Joe said, "Oh, God bless my soul," and gobbled his soup. Then he said, "It's not respectful, sir, of you yonkers to be imitating of your relations. Miss O, when you go out a-driving today, leave my card upon Mr. Sedley, do you hear? There's no quarrel betwixt me and him anyhow." The card was returned, and Joes and the major were asked to dinner. To a dinner the most splendid and stupid that perhaps ever Mr. Osborne gave. Every inch of the family plate was exhibited, and the best company was asked. Mr. Sedley took down Miss O to dinner, and she was very gracious to him, whereas she hardly spoke to the major, who sat apart from her and by the side of Mr. Osborne, very timid. Joe said with great solemnity it was the best turtle soup he had ever tasted in his life, and asked Mr. Osborne where he got his Madeira. "It's some of Sedley's wine," whispered the butler to his master. "Oh, I've had it a long time, and paid a good figure for it, too," Mr. Osborne said aloud to his guest, and then whispered to his right-hand neighbor how he had got it at the old chap's sale. More than once he asked the major about Mrs. George Osborne, a theme on which the major could be very eloquent when he chose. He told Mr. Osborne of her sufferings, of her passionate attachment to her husband, whose memory she worshipped still, of the tender and dutiful manner in which she had supported her parents and given up her boy when it seemed to her her duty to do so. "You don't know what she endured, sir," said honest Dobbin with a tremor in his voice, "and I hope and trust you will be reconciled to her. If she took your son away from you, she gave hers to you, and however much you loved your George, depend on it, she loved hers 10 times more." "By God, you are a good feller, sir," was all Mr. Osborne said. It had never struck him that the widow would feel any pain at parting from the boy, or that his having a fine fortune would grieve her. A reconciliation was announced as speedy and inevitable, and Amelia's heart already began to beat at the notion of the awful meeting with George's father. It was never, however, destined to take place. Old Sedley's lingering illness and death supervened, after which a meeting was for some time impossible. That catastrophe and other events may have worked upon Mr. Osborne. He was much shaken of late and aged, and his mind was working inwardly. He had sent for his lawyers and probably changed something in his will. The medical man who looked in pronounced him shaky, agitated, and talked of a little blood and the seaside, but he took neither of these remedies. One day, when he should have come down to breakfast, his servant, missing him, went into his dressing room and found him lying at the foot of the dressing table in a fit. Miss Osborne was apprised, the doctors were sent for, Georgie stopped away from school, the bleeders and cuppers came. Osborne partially regained cognizance, but never could speak again, though he tried dreadfully once or twice, and in 4 days he died. The doctors went down, and the undertaker's men went up the stairs, and all the shutters were shut toward the garden in Russell Square. Bullock rushed from the city in a hurry. How much money had he left to that boy? Not half, surely. Oh, surely, share and share alike between the three. It was an agitating moment. What was it that poor old man tried once or twice in vain to say? I hope that it was that he wanted to see Amelia and be reconciled before he left the world to the dear and faithful wife of his son. It was most likely that, for his will showed that the hatred which he had so long cherished had gone out of his heart. They found in the pocket of his dressing-gown the letter with the great red seal which George had written him from Waterloo. He had looked at the other papers, too, relative to his son, for the key of the box in which he kept them was also in his pocket. And it was found the seals and envelopes had been broken, very likely on the night before the seizure, when the butler had taken him tea into his study and found him reading in the great red family Bible. When the will was opened, it was found that half the property was left to George, and the remainder between the two sisters. Mr. Bullock to continue, for their joint benefit, the affairs of the commercial house, or to go out as he thought fit. An annuity of £500 chargeable on George's property was left to his mother, the widow of my beloved son, George Osborne, who was to resume the guardianship of the boy. Major William Dobbin, my beloved son's friend, was appointed executor, and as out of his kindness and bounty and with his own private funds he maintained my grandson and my son's widow when they were otherwise without means of support, the testator went on to say, I hereby thank him heartily for his love and regard for them, and beseech him to accept such a sum as may be sufficient to purchase his commission as a lieutenant colonel, or to be disposed of it in any way he may think fit. When Amelia heard that her father-in-law was reconciled to her, her heart melted, and she was grateful for the fortune left to her. But when she heard how Georgie was restored to her, and knew how and by whom, and how it was William's bounty that supported her in poverty, how it was William who gave her her husband and her son, oh, then she sank on her knees and prayed for blessings on that constant and kind heart. She bowed down and humbled herself and kissed the feet, as it were, of that beautiful and generous affection. And gratitude was all she had to pay back for such admirable devotion and benefits. Only gratitude. If she thought of any other return, the image of George stood up out of the grave and said, You are mine, and mine only, now and forever. William knew her feelings. Had she not passed his whole life in divining them? When the nature of Mr. Osborne's will became known to the world, it was edifying to remark how Mrs. George Osborne rose in the estimation of the people forming her circle of acquaintance. The servants of Joe's establishment, who used to question her humble orders and say they would ask master whether or not they could obey, never thought now of that sort of appeal. The cook forgot to sneer at her shabby old gowns, which indeed were quite eclipsed by that lady's finery which she dressed in to go to church or a Sunday evening. The others no longer grumbled at the sound of her bell or delayed to answer that summons. The coachman, who grumbled that his ulcers should be brought out and his carriage made into a hospital for that old feller and Mrs. O, drove her with the utmost alacrity now, and trembling lest he should be superseded by Mr. Osborne's coachman, asked what them there Russell Square coachmen knew about town, and whether they was fit to sit in a box before a lady. Joe's friends, male and female, suddenly became interested about Emmy, and cards of condolence multiplied on her hall table. Joe's himself, who had looked on her as a good-natured, harmless pauper, to whom it was his duty to give victuals and shelter, paid her and the rich little boy, his nephew, the greatest respect. He was anxious that she should have change and amusement after her troubles and trials, poor dear girl, and began to appear at the breakfast table, and most particularly to ask how she would like to dispose of the day. In her capacity of guardian to Georgie, she, with the consent of the Major, her fellow trustee, begged Miss Osborne to live in the Russell Square house as long as ever she chose to dwell there. But that lady, with thanks, declared that she could never think of remaining alone in that melancholy mansion, and departed in deep mourning to Cheltenham, with a couple of her old domestics. The rest were liberally paid and dismissed, the faithful old butler, whom Mrs. Osborne proposed to retain, resigning and preferring to invest his savings in a public house, where, let us hope, he was not unprosperous. Miss Osborne not choosing to live in Russell Square, Mrs. Osborne also, after consultation, declined to occupy the gloomy old mansion there. The house was dismantled, the rich furniture and effects, the awful chandeliers and dreary blank mirrors packed away and hidden. The rich rosewood drawing-room suite was muffled in straw, the carpets were rolled up and corded, the small select library of well-bound books was stowed into 2 wine chests, and the whole paraphernalia rolled away in several enormous vans to the Pantechnicon, where they were to lie until Georgie's majority. And the great, heavy, dark plate chests went off to Messrs. Stumpy and Rowdy to lie in the cellars of those eminent bankers until the same period should arrive. One day, Emmy, with George in her hand and clad in deep sables, went to visit the deserted mansion which she had not entered since she'd been a girl. The place in front was littered with straw where the vans had been laden and rolled off. They went into the great blank rooms, the walls of which bore the marks where the pictures and mirrors had hung. Then they went up to the great blank stone staircases in the upper rooms, into that where Grandpapa died, as George said in a whisper, and then higher still into George's own room. The boy was still clinging by her side, but she thought of another besides him. She knew that it had been his father's room as well as his own. She went up to one of the open windows, one of those at which she used to gaze with a sick heart when the child was first taken from her. And thence as she looked out she could see, over the trees of Russell Square, the old house in which she herself was born, and where she had passed so many happy days of sacred youth. They all came back to her, the pleasant holidays, the kind faces, the careless, joyful pastimes, and the long pains and trials that had since cast her down. She thought of these and of the man who had been her constant protector, her good genius, her sole benefactor, her tender and generous friend. "Look here, Mother," said Georgie. "Here's a G.O. scratched on the glass with a diamond. I never saw it before. I never did it." "It was your father's room long before you were born, George," she said, and she blushed as she kissed the boy. She was very silent as they drove back to Richmond, where they had taken a temporary house, where the smiling lawyers used to come bustling over to see her, and we may be sure they noted the visit on their bill, and where, of course, there was a room for Major Dobbin, too, who rode over frequently, having much business to transact on behalf of his little ward. Georgie at this time was removed from Mr. Veal's on an unlimited holiday, and that gentleman was engaged to prepare an inscription on a fine marble slab to be placed up in the foundling under the monument of Captain George Osborne. The female Bullock, aunt of Georgie, although despoiled by that little monster of 1/2 of the sum which she expected from her father, nevertheless showed her charitableness of spirit by being reconciled to the mother and the boy. Roehampton is not far from Richmond, and one day the chariot, with the golden bullocks emblazoned on the panels, and the flaccid children within, drove to Amelia's house at Richmond, and the Bullock family made an irruption into the garden, where Amelia was reading a book, Joes was in an arbor placidly dipping strawberries into wine, and the Major, in one of his Indian jackets, was giving a back to Georgie, who chose to jump over him. He went over his head and bounded into the little advance of bullocks, with immense black bows on their hats and huge black sashes, accompanying their mourning mamma. "He is just of the age for Rosa," the fond parent thought, and glanced toward that dear child, an unwholesome little miss of 7 years of age. "Rosa, go and kiss your dear cousin," Mrs. Frederick said. "Don't you know me, George? I am your aunt." "I know you well enough," George said, "but I don't like kissing, please," and he retreated from the obedient caresses of his cousin. "Take me to your dear mamma, you droll child," Mrs. Frederick said, and those ladies accordingly met after an absence of more than 15 years. During Emmy's cares and poverty, the other had never once thought about coming to see her, but now that she was a decently prosperous lady in the world, her sister-in-law came to her as a matter of course. So did numbers more. Our old friend Miss Schwartz and her husband came thundering over from Hampton Court with flaming yellow liveries, and was as impetuously fond of Amelia as ever. Miss Schwartz would have liked her always if she could have just seen her. One must do her that justice, but que voulez-vous? In this vast town, one has not the time to go and seek one's friends. If they drop out of the rank, they disappear, and we march on without them. Who is ever missed in Vanity Fair? But so, in a word, and before the period of grief for Mr. Osborne's death had subsided, Emmy found herself in the center of a very genteel circle indeed, the members of which could not conceive that anybody belonging to it was not very lucky. There was scarce one of the ladies that hadn't a relation in peer, though the husband might be a drysalter in the city. Some of the ladies were very blue and well informed, reading Miss Somerville and frequenting the Royal Institution. Others were severe and evangelical, and held by Exeter Hall. Emmy, it must be owned, found herself entirely at a loss in the midst of their two clavers, and suffered woefully on the 1 or 2 occasions on which she was compelled to accept Mrs. Frederick Bullock's hospitalities. That lady persisted in patronizing her, and determined most graciously to form her. She found Amelia's milliners for her, and regulated her household and her manners. She drove over constantly from Roehampton, and entertained her friend with faint fashionable fiddle-faddle and feeble court slip-slop. Joes liked to hear it, but the Major used to go off growling at the appearance of this woman and her 2-penny gentility. He went to sleep under Frederick Bullock's bald head after dinner at one of the banker's best parties. Fred was still anxious that the balance of the Osborne property should be transferred from Stumpy and Rowdy's to them. And whilst Amelia, who did not know Latin, or who wrote the last crack article in the Edinburgh, and did not in the least deplore or otherwise Mr. Peel's late extraordinary tergiversation on the fatal Catholic Relief Bill, sat dumb amongst the ladies in the grand drawing-room, looking out upon velvet lawns, trim gravel walks, and glistening hothouses. "She seems good-natured, but insipid," said Mrs. Rowdy. "That Major seems to be particularly épris." "She wants ton sadly," said Mrs. Hollyhock. "My dear creature, you never will be able to form her." "She is dreadfully ignorant or indifferent," said Mrs. Glowry, with a voice as if from the grave, and a sad shake of the head and turban. I asked her if she thought that it was in 1836, according to Mr. Jowls, or in 1839, according to Mr. Wapshot, that the Pope was to fall. And she said, "Poor Pope, I hope not. What has he done?" "She was my brother's widow, my dear friends," Mrs. Frederick replied, "and as such I think we're all bound to give her every attention and instruction on entering into the world. You may fancy there can be no mercenary motives in those whose disappointments are well known." "That poor dear Mrs. Bullock," said Rowdy to Hollyhock, as they drove away together. "She is always scheming and managing. She wants Mrs. Osborne's accounts to be taken from our house to hers, and the way in which she coaxes that boy and makes him sit by that blear-eyed little Rosa is perfectly ridiculous. I wish Glowry was choked with her Man of Sin and her Battle of Armageddon," cried the other, and the carriage rolled away over Putney Bridge. But this sort of society was too cruelly genteel for Emmy, and all jumped for joy when a foreign tour was proposed. End of chapter 61. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit www.librivox.org. Today's reading by Bethany Simpson. Vanity Fair, Chapter 62, Am Rhein. The above everyday events had occurred, and a few weeks had passed, when on one fine morning, Parliament being over, the summer advanced, and all the good company in London about to quit that city for their annual tour, in search of pleasure or health, the Batavia steamboat left the Tower stairs laden with a goodly company of English fugitives. The quarter-deck awnings were up, and the benches and gangways crowded with scores of rosy children, bustling nursemaids, ladies in the prettiest pink bonnets and summer dresses, gentlemen in travelling caps and linen jackets whose moustaches had just begun to sprout for the ensuing tour, and stout, trim old veterans with starched neckcloths and neat-brushed hats, such as have invaded Europe any time since the conclusion of the war, and carry the national godom into every city of the continent. The congregation of hat-boxes and Brahma desks and travelling cases was prodigious. There were jaunty young Cambridge men travelling with their tutor, and going for a reading excursion to Nonenworth or Koningswinter. There were young Irish gentlemen with the most dashing whiskers and jewelry, talking about horses incessantly, and prodigiously polite to the young ladies on board, whom, on the contrary, the Cambridge lads and their pale-faced tutor avoided with maiden coyness. There were old Pall Mall loungers bound for Ems and Wiesbaden, and a course of waters to clear off the dinners of the season, and a little roulette and trente à quarante to keep the excitement going. There was old Methuselah, who had married his young wife, with Captain Papillion of the Guards holding her parasol and guidebooks. There was young May, who was carrying off his bride on a pleasure tour. Mrs. Winter, that was, and who had been at school with May's grandmother. There was Sir John and my lady with a dozen children and corresponding nursemaids, and the great grandee Bareacres family that sat by themselves near the wheel, stared at everybody, and spoke to no one. Their carriages, emblazoned with coronets and heaping with shining imperials, were on the foredeck, locked in with a dozen more such vehicles. It was difficult to pass in and out amongst them, and the poor inmates of the fore-cabin had scarcely any space for locomotion. These consisted of a few magnificently attired gentlemen from Houndsditch, who brought their own provisions, and could have bought half the gay people in the grand saloon. A few honest fellows with moustaches and portfolios, who set to sketching before they'd been half an hour on board. One or two French femmes de chambre, who began to be dreadfully ill by the time the boat had passed Greenwich. A groom or two who lounged in the neighborhood of the horse boxes under their charge, or leaned over the side by the paddle wheels and talked about who was good for the leaguer, and what they stood to win or lose for the Goodwood Cup. All the couriers, when they had done plunging about the ship and had settled their various masters in the cabins or on the deck, congregated together and began to chatter and smoke, the Hebrew gentleman joining them and looking at the carriages. There was Sir John's great carriage that would hold 13 people, my Lord Methuselah's carriage, my Lord Bareacres' chariot, britska, and fourgon that anybody might pay for who liked. It was a wonder how my lord got the ready money to pay for the expenses of the journey. The Hebrew gentleman knew how he got it. They knew what money his lordship had in his pocket at that instant, and what interest he paid for it, and who gave it him. Finally, there was a very neat, handsome traveling carriage, about which the gentleman speculated. "Ah, qui sait, voiture-là?" said one gentleman courier, with a large Morocco money bag and earrings, to another with earrings and a large Morocco money bag. "C'est à Kirsch, je pense. Je la vous tente l'allure, qui brunoit des sandwiches dans la voiture," said the courier, in a fine German French. Kirsch, emerging presently from the neighborhood of the hold, where he had been bellowing instructions, intermingled with polyglot oaths, to the ship's men engaged in secreting the passengers' luggage, came to give an account of himself to his brother interpreters. He informed them that the carriage belonged to a nabob from Calcutta and Jamaica, enormously rich, and with whom he was engaged to travel. And at this moment a young gentleman, who had been warned off the bridge between the paddle boxes, and who had dropped thence onto the roof of Lord Methuselah's carriage, from which he made his way over other carriages and imperials until he had clambered onto his own, descended thence, and through the window into the body of the carriage, to the applause of the couriers looking on. "Nous allons avoir une belle traversée, Monsieur George," said the courier with a grin as he lifted his gold-laced cap. "Darn your French," said the young gentleman. "Where's the biscuits, eh?" Whereupon Kirsch answered him in English language, or in such an imitation of it as he could command, for though he was familiar with all languages, Mr. Kirsch was not acquainted with a single one, and spoke all with indifferent volubility and incorrectness. The imperious young gentleman who gobbled the biscuits, and indeed it was time to refresh himself, for he had breakfasted at Richmond full 3 hours before, was our young friend George Osborne. Uncle Joe's and his mamma were on the quarter-deck with a gentleman of whom they used to see a good deal, and the four were about to make a summer tour. Joe's was seated at that moment on deck under the awning, and pretty nearly opposite the Earl of Bareacres and his family, whose proceedings absorbed the Bengali almost entirely. Both the noble couple looked rather younger than in the eventful year of 15, when Jos remembered to have seen them at Brussels. Indeed, he always gave out in India that he was intimately acquainted with them. Lady Bareacres' hair, which was then dark, was now a beautiful golden auburn, whereas Lord Bareacres' whiskers, formerly red, were at present of a rich black with purple and green reflections in the light. But changed as they were, the movements of the noble pair occupied Jos's mind entirely. The presence of a lord fascinated him, and he could look at nothing else. "Those people seem to interest you a good deal," said Dobbin, laughing and watching him. Amelia, too, laughed. She was in a straw bonnet with black ribbons, and otherwise dressed in mourning, but the little bustle and holiday of the journey pleased and excited her, and she looked particularly happy. "What a heavenly day," Emmy said, and added with great originality, "I hope we shall have a calm passage." Jos waved his hand, scornfully glancing at the same time under his eyelids at the great folks opposite. "If you had made the voyage as we have," he said, "you wouldn't care much about the weather." But nevertheless, traveller as he was, he passed the night direfully sick in his carriage, where his courier attended him with brandy and water and every luxury. In due time this happy party landed at the quays of Rotterdam, whence they were transported by another steamer to the city of Cologne. Here the carriage and the family took to the shore, and Jos was not a little gratified to see his arrival announced in the Cologne newspapers as Herr Graf Lord von Sedley nebst Begletung aus London. He had his court dress with him. He had insisted that Dobbin should bring his regimental paraphernalia. he announced that it was his intention to be presented at some foreign courts and pay his respects to the sovereigns of the countries which he honored with a visit. Wherever the party stopped and an opportunity was afforded, Mr. Joes left his own card and the Major's upon "our minister." It was with great difficulty that he could be constrained from putting on his cocked hat and tights to wait upon the English consul at the free city of Judenstadt, when the hospitable functionary asked our travelers to dinner. He kept a journal of his voyage, and noted elaborately the defects or excellences of the various inns at which he put up, and of the wines and dishes of which he partook. As for Emmy, she was very happy and pleased. Dobbin used to carry about for her her stool and sketch-book, and admired the drawings of the good-natured little artist as they never had been admired before. She sat upon steamers' trunks and drew crags and castles, or she mounted upon donkeys and ascended to ancient robber towers, attended by her two aides-de-camp, Georgie and Dobbin. She laughed, and the Major did too, as his droll figure on donkey bank, with his long legs touching the ground. He was the interpreter for the party, having a good military knowledge of the German language, and he and the delighted George fought the campaigns of the Rhine and the Palatinate. In the course of a few weeks, and by assiduously conversing with Herr Kirsch on the box of the carriage, Georgie made prodigious advance in the knowledge of High Dutch, and could talk to hotel waiters and postilions in a way that charmed his mother and amused his guardian. Mr. Joes did not much engage in the afternoon excursions of his fellow travelers. He slept a good deal after dinner, or basked in the arbors of the pleasant inn gardens. Pleasant Rhine gardens, fair scenes of peace and sunshine, noble purple mountains whose crests are reflected in the magnificent stream. Who has ever seen you that has not a grateful memory of those scenes of friendly repose and beauty? To lay down the pen and even to think of that beautiful Rhineland makes one happy. At this time of summer evening, the cows are trooping down from the hills, lowing and with their bells tinkling, to the old town with its old moats and gates and spires and chestnut trees, with long blue shadows stretching over the grass. The sky and the river below flame in crimson and gold, and the moon is already out, looking pale towards the sunset. The sun sinks behind the great castle-crested mountains, the night falls suddenly, the river grows darker and darker. Lights quiver in it from the windows in the old ramparts, and twinkle peacefully in the villages under the hills on the opposite shore. So Joes used to go to sleep a good deal with his bandana over his face, and be very comfortable, and read all the English news, and every word of Galliani's admirable newspaper. May the blessings of all Englishmen who have ever been abroad rest on the founders and proprietors of that piratical print. And whether he woke or slept, his friends did not very much miss him. Yes, they were very happy. They went to the opera often of evenings, to those snug, unassuming, dear old operas in the German towns, where the noblesse sits and cries, and knits stockings on the one side, over against the bourgeois on the other. And his Transparency the Duke and his transparent family, all very fat and good-natured, come and occupy the great box in the middle, and the pit is full of the most elegant, slim-waisted officers with straw-colored moustaches, and 2 pence a day on full pay. Here it was that Emmy found her delight, and was introduced for the first time to the wonders of Mozart and Cimarosa. The Major's musical taste has been before alluded to, and his performances on the flute commended. But perhaps the chief pleasure he had in these operas was in watching Emmy's rapture while listening to them. A new world of love and beauty broke upon her when she was introduced to those divine compositions. This lady had the keenest and finest sensibility, and how could she be indifferent when she heard Mozart? The tender parts of Don Juan awakened in her raptures so exquisite that she would ask herself, when she went to say her prayers of a night, whether or not it was wicked to feel so much delight as that with which Vedrai Carino and Batti Batti filled her gentle little bosom. But the Major, whom she consulted upon this head as her theological adviser, and who himself had a pious and reverent soul, said that for his part Every beauty of art or nature made him thankful as well as happy, and that the pleasure to be had in listening to fine music, as in looking at the stars in the sky or at a beautiful landscape or picture, was a benefit for which we might thank heaven as sincerely as for any other worldly blessing. And in reply to some faint objections of Mrs. Amelia's, taken from certain theological works like The Washerwoman of Finchley Common and others of that school, with which Mrs. Osborne had been furnished during her life at Brompton, he told her an Eastern fable of the owl, who thought that the sunshine was unbearable for the eyes, and that the nightingale was a most overrated bird. "It is one's nature to sing, and the other's to hoot," he said, laughing. "And with such a sweet voice as you have yourself, you must belong to the bulbul faction." I like to dwell upon this period of her life, and to think that she was cheerful and happy. You see, she has not had too much of that sort of existence as yet, and has not yet fallen in the way of means to educate her tastes or her intelligence. She has been domineered over hitherto by vulgar intellects. It is the lot of many a woman. And as every one of the dear sex is the rival of the rest of her kind, timidity passes for folly in their charitable judgments, and gentleness for dullness, and silence, which is but timid denial of the unwelcome assertion of ruling folks, and tacit Protestantism, above all, finds no mercy at the hands of the female Inquisition. Thus, my dear and civilized reader, if you and I were to find ourselves this evening in a society of greengrocers, let us say, it is probable that our conversation would not be brilliant. If, on the other hand, a greengrocer should find himself at your refined and polite tea table, where everybody was saying witty things, and everyone of fashion and repute tearing her friends to pieces in the most delightful manner, it is possible that the stranger would not be very talkative, and by no means interesting or interested. And it must be remembered that this poor lady had never met a gentleman in her life until this present moment. Perhaps these are rarer personages than some of us think for. Which of us can point out many such in his circle, men whose aims are generous, whose truth is constant, and not only constant in its kind, but elevated in its degree, whose want of meanness makes them simple, who can look the world honestly in the face with an equal manly sympathy for the great and the small. We all know 100 whose coats are very well made, and a score who have excellent manners, and 1 or 2 happy beings who, in what they call fashion circles, have had shot into the very center and the bull's-eye of the fashion. But of gentlemen, how many? Let us take a little scrap of paper, and each make out his list. My friend the Major, I write, without any doubt in mine. He had very long legs, a yellow face, and a slight lisp, which at first was rather ridiculous. But his thoughts were just, his brains were fairly good, his life was honest and pure, and his heart warm and humble. He certainly had very large hands and feet, which the 2 George Osbornes used to caricature and laugh at, and their jeers and laughter perhaps led poor little Emmy astray as to his worth. But have we not all been misled about our heroes, and changed our opinions 100 times? Emmy, in this happy time, found that hers underwent a very great change in respect to the merits of the Major. Perhaps it was the happiest time of both their lives. Indeed, if they did but know it. And who does? Which of us can point out and say that that was the culmination, that was the summit of human joy? But at all events, this couple were very decently contented, and enjoyed as pleasant a summer tour as any pair that left England that year. Georgie was always present at the play, but it was the Major who put Emmy's shawl on after the entertainment, and in the walks and excursions the young lad would be on ahead and up a tower stair or a tree, whilst the soberer couple were below, the Major smoking his cigar with great placidity and constancy, whilst Emmy sketched the sight or the ruin. It was on this very tour that I, the present writer of a history, of which every word is true, had the pleasure to see them first and to make their acquaintance. It was at the little comfortable ducal town of Pumpernickel, that very place where Sir Pitt Crawley had been so distinguished as an attaché. But that was in the early days, and before the news of the Battle of Austerlitz sent all the English diplomatists in Germany to the right about, that I first saw Colonel Dobbin and his party. They had arrived with the carriage and courier at the F. Prinz Hotel, the best of the town, and the whole party dined at the table d'hôte. Everybody remarked the majesty of Jos, and the knowing way in which he sipped, or rather sucked, the Johannisberger which he ordered for dinner. The little boy, too, we observed, had a famous appetite, and consumed schinken and braten, and kartoffeln, and cranberry jam and salad, and pudding, and roast fowls and sweetmeats, with a gallantry that did honor to his nation. After about 15 dishes, he concluded the repast with dessert, some of which he even carried out of doors, for some young gentlemen at table, amused with his coolness and gallant free and easy manner, induced him to pocket a handful of macaroons, which he discussed on his way to the theatre, whither everybody went in the cheery social little German place. The lady in black, the boy's mamma, laughed and blushed, and looked exceedingly pleased and shy as the dinner went on, and at the various feats and instances of espièglerie on the part of her son. The colonel, for so he became very soon afterwards, I remember, joked the boy with a great deal of grave fun, pointing out dishes which he hadn't tried, and entreating him not to balk his appetite, but to have a second supply of this or that. It was what they call a Gastruhe night at the Royal Grand Ducal Pumpernickelische Hof, or Court Theatre, and Madame Schroeder dem Brient, then in the bloom of her beauty and genius, performed the part of the heroine in that wonderful opera of Fidelio. From our places in the stalls we could see our four friends of the table d'hôte in the loge which Schwendler of the Effrent kept for his best guests, and I could not help remarking the effect which the magnificent actress and music produced upon Mrs. Osborne, for so we heard the stout gentleman in the moustache call her. During the astonishing chorus of the prisoners, over which the delightful voice of the actress rose and soared in the most ravishing harmony, the English lady's face wore such an expression of wonder and delight that it struck even little Phipps, the blasé attaché, who drawled out as he fixed his glass upon her, "Gad, it really does one good to see a woman capable of that state of excitement." And in the prison scene, where Fidelio, rushing to her husband, cries, "Nick, Nick, mein Florstan," she fairly lost herself, and covered her face with her handkerchief. Every woman in the house was snivelling at that time, but I suppose it was because it was predestined that I was to write this particular lady's memoirs that I remarked her. The next day they gave another piece of Beethoven, Die Schlot bei Vittoria. Malbrook is introduced at the beginning of the performance as indicative of the brisk advance of the French army. Then come drums, trumpets, thunders of artillery, and groans of the dying, and at last, in a grand triumphal swell, God Save the King is performed. There may have been a score of Englishmen in the house, but at the burst of that beloved and well-known music, every one of them, we young fellows in the stalls, Sir John and Lady Bolminster, who had taken a house at Pumpernickel for the education of their 9 children, the fat gentleman with the moustache, the long major in white duck trousers, and the lady with the little boy upon whom he was so sweet, even Kirsch, the courier in the galley, stood bolt upright in their places and proclaimed themselves to be members of the dear old British nation. As for Tapeworm, the charge d'affaires, he rose up in his box and bowed and simpered as if he would represent the whole empire. Tapeworm was nephew and heir of old Marshal Tiptoff, who has been introduced in this story as General Tiptoff just before Waterloo, who was colonel of the regiment in which Major Dobbin served, and who died in this year full of honors and with an aspic of plover's eggs, when the regiment was graciously given by His Majesty to Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd, K.C.B., who had commanded it in many glorious fields. Tapeworm must have met with Colonel Dobbin at the house of the colonel's colonel, the marshal, for he recognized him on this night at the theatre, and with the utmost condescension His Majesty's minister came over from his own box and publicly shook hands with his new-found friend. "Look at that infernal sly boots of a tapeworm," Phipps whispered, examining his chief from the stalls. "Wherever there's a pretty woman he always twists himself in. And I wonder what we're diplomatists made for but that." "Have I the honor of addressing myself to Mrs. Dobbin?" asked the secretary, with a most insinuating grin. Georgie burst out laughing and said, "By Jove, that is a good 'un!" Emmy and the Major blushed. We saw them from the stalls. "This lady is Mrs. George Osborne," said the Major, "and this is her brother, Mr. Sedley, a distinguished officer of the Bengal Civil Service. Permit me to introduce him to your lordship." My lord nearly sent Joes off his legs with the most fascinating smile. "Are you going to stop in Pumpernickel?" he said. "It is a dull place, but we want some nice people, and we would try and make it so agreeable to you. Mrs. I shall do myself the honor of calling upon you tomorrow at your inn." And he went away with a Parthian grin and glance, which he thought must finish Mrs. Osborne completely. The performance over, the young fellows lounged about the lobbies, and we saw the society taking its departure. The Duchess Dowager went off in her jingling old coach, attended by 2 faithful and withered old maids of honor, and a little snuffly, spindle-shanked gentleman in waiting, in a brown J.C. and a green coat covered with orders, of which the star and the grand yellow cordon of the Order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were most conspicuous. The drums rolled, the guards saluted, and the old carriage drove away. Then came His Transparency the Duke and transparent family, with his great officers of state and household. He bowed serenely to everybody, and amid the saluting of the guards and the flaring of the torches of the running footmen clad in scarlet, the transparent carriages drove away to their old ducal schloss, with its towers and pinnacles standing on the Schlossberg. Everybody in Pumpernickel knew everybody. No sooner was a foreigner seen there than the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or some other great or small officer of state, went round to the Erfprinz and found out the name of the new arrival. We watched them too out of the theatre. Tapeworm had just walked off, enveloped in his cloak, with which his gigantic chasseur was always in attendance, and looking as much as possible like Don Juan. The Prime Minister's lady had just squeezed herself into her sedan, and her daughter, the charming Ida, had put on her calash and clogs when the English party came out, the boy yawning drearily, the Major taking great pains in keeping a shawl over Mrs. Osborne's head, and Mr. Sedley looking grand and with a crush opera hat on one side of his head and his hand in the stomach of a voluminous white waistcoat. We took off our hats to our acquaintances of the table d'hôte, and the lady in return presented us with a little smile and a curtsy, for which everybody might be thankful. The carriage from the inn, under the superintendence of the bustling Mr. Kirsch, was in waiting to convey the party, but the fat man said he would walk and smoke his cigar on the way homewards, so the other 3, with nods and smiles to us, went without Mr. Sedley, Kirsch, with the cigar case, following in his master's wake. We all walked together and talked to the stout gentleman about the agréments of the place. It was very agreeable for the English. There were shooting parties and battues. Then there were plenty of balls and entertainment at the hospitable court. The society was generally good, the theatre excellent, and the living cheap. "And our minister seems a most delightful and affable person," our new friend said, "with such a representative and a good medical man. I can fancy the place to be most eligible. Good night, gentlemen." And Joes creaked up the stairs to bedward, followed by Kirsch with a flambeau. We rather hoped that nice-looking woman would be induced to stay some time in the town. End of chapter 62.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Graham Williams. Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 63, in which we meet an old acquaintance. Such polite behaviour as that of Lord Tapeworm did not fail to have the most favourable effect upon Mr. Sedley's mind. and the very next morning at breakfast he pronounced his opinion that Pumpernickel was the pleasantest little place of any which he had visited on their tour. Joss's motives and artifices were not very difficult of comprehension, and Dobbin laughed in his sleeve, like a hypocrite as he was, when he found, by the knowing air of the civilian and the off-hand manner in which the latter talked about Tapeworm Castle and the other members of the family, that Joss had been up already in the morning, consulting his travelling peerage.
Yes, he had seen the Right Honourable the Earl of Bagwig, his lordship's father. He was sure he had. He had met him at the levee. Didn't Dob remember?
And when the diplomatist called on the party, faithful to his promise, Joss received him with such a salute and honours as were seldom accorded to the little envoy. He winked at Kirsch on his Excellency's arrival, and that emissary, instructed beforehand, went out and superintended an entertainment of cold meats, jellies, and other delicacies, brought in upon trays, and of which Mr. Joss absolutely insisted that his noble guest should partake. Tapeworm, so long as he could have an opportunity of admiring the bright eyes of Mrs. Osborne, whose freshness of complexion bore daylight remarkably well, was not ill-pleased to accept any invitation to stay in Mr. Sedley's lodgings. He put one or two dexterous questions to him about India and the dancing girls there, asked Amelia about that beautiful boy who had been with her, and complimented the astonished little woman upon the prodigious sensation which she had made in the house, and tried to fascinate Dobbin by talking of the late war, and the exploits of the Pumpernickel contingent, under the command of the hereditary prince, now Duke of Pumpernickel. Lord Tapeworm inherited no little portion of the family gallantry, and it was his happy belief that almost every woman upon whom he himself cast friendly eyes was in love with him. He left Emmy under the persuasion that she was slain by his wit and attractions, and went home to his lodgings to write a pretty little note to her. She was not fascinated, only puzzled by his grinning, his simpering, his scented cambric handkerchief, and his high-heeled lacquered boots. She did not understand one half the compliments which he paid. She had never, in her small experience of mankind, met a professional ladies' man as yet, and looked upon my lord as something curious rather than pleasant, and if she did not admire, certainly wondered at him. Joss, on the contrary, was delighted.
"How very affable his lordship is," he said. "How very kind of his lordship to say he would send his medical man. Kirsch, you will carry our cards to the Count de Schlüsselback directly. The Major and I will have the greatest pleasure in paying our respects at court as soon as possible. Put out my uniform, Kirsch, both our uniforms. It's a mark of politeness which every English gentleman ought to show to the countries which he visits, to pay his respects to the sovereigns of those countries, as to the representatives of his own."
When Tapeworm's doctor came, Dr. von Glauber, body physician to His Serene Highness the Duke, he speedily convinced Joss that the Pumpernickel mineral springs and the doctor's particular treatment would infallibly restore the Bengali to youth and slimness.
"There came here last year," he said, "General Bulkeley, an English general, twice so big as you, sir. I sent him back quite thin after 3 months, and he danced with Baroness Glauber at the end of 2.
Joss's mind was made up. The springs, the doctor, the court, and the chargé d'affaires convinced him, and he proposed to spend the autumn in these delightful quarters. And punctual to his word, on the next day the chargé d'affaires presented Joss and the Major to Victor Aurelius XVII, being conducted to their audience with that sovereign by the Count de Schlüsselback, Marshal of the Court. They were straightway invited to dinner at court, and their intention of staying in the town being announced, the politest ladies of the whole town instantly called upon Mrs. Osborne. And as not one of these, however poor they might be, was under the rank of a baroness, Joss's delight was beyond expression. He wrote off to Chutney at the club to say that the
service was highly appreciated in Germany, that he was going to show his friend, the Count de Schlüsselback, how to stick a pig in the Indian fashion,
and that his
august friends, the Duke and Duchess, were everything that was kind and civil.
Emmy, too, was presented to the august family, and as mourning is not admitted in court on certain days, she appeared in a pink crepe dress, with a diamond ornament in the corsage, presented to her by her brother. And she looked so pretty in this costume that the Duke and court, putting out of the question the Major, who had scarcely ever seen her before, in an evening dress, and vowed that she did not look 25, all admired her excessively. In this dress she walked a polonaise with Major Dobbin at a court ball, in which easy dance Mr. Joss had the honour of leading out the Countess of Schlüsselbach, an old lady with a hump, but with 16 good quarters of nobility, and related to half the royal houses of Germany. Pumpernickel stands in the midst of a happy valley through which sparkles, to mingle with the Rhine somewhere, but I have not the map at hand to say exactly at what point, the fertilizing stream of the Pump. In some places the river is big enough to support a ferry boat, in others to turn a mill. In Pumpernickel itself, the last transparency but 3, the great and renowned Victor Aurelius XIV, built a magnificent bridge on which his own statue rises, surrounded by water nymphs and emblems of victory, peace, and plenty. He has his foot on the neck of a prostrate Turk. History says he engaged and ran a janissary through the body at the relief of Vienna by Sobieski, but quite undisturbed by the agonies of that prostrate Mohammedan, who writhes at his feet in the most ghastly manner, the prince smiles blandly and points with his truncheon in the direction of the Aurelius-Platz, where he began to erect a new palace that would have been the wonder of his age had the great-souled prince but had funds to complete it. But the completion of Montplaisir, the honest German folk call it, was stopped for lack of ready money, and it and its park and garden are now in rather a faded condition, and not more than 10 times big enough to accommodate the court of the reigning sovereign. The gardens were arranged to emulate those of Versailles, and amidst the terraces and groves there are some huge allegorical waterworks still, which spout and froth stupendously upon fête days, and frighten one with their enormous aquatic insurrections. There is the Trophonius cave, in which, by some artifice, the leaden tritons are made not only to spout water, but to play the most dreadful groans out of their lead conches. There is the nymph bath, and the Niagara cataract, which the people of the neighbourhood admire beyond expression when they come to the early fair at the opening of the chamber, or to the fête with which the happy little nation still celebrates the birthdays and marriage days of its princely governors. Then from all the towns of the duchy, which stretches for nearly 10 miles, from Bolkum, which lies on its western frontier bidding defiance to Prussia, from Grogwitz, where the prince has a hunting lodge, and where his dominions are separated by the Pump River from those of the neighbouring Prince of Potzenthal, from all the little villages which, besides these 3 great cities, dot over the happy principality, from the farms and the mills along the Pump, come troops of people in red petticoats and velvet headdresses, or with 3-cornered hats and pipes in their mouth, who flock to the Residenz and share in the pleasures of the fair and the festivities there. Then the theatre is open for nothing. Then the waters of Montplaisir begin to play. It is lucky that there is company to behold them, for one would be afraid to see them alone. Then there come mountebanks and riding troops. The way in which the Transparency was fascinated by one of the horse-riders is well known, and it is believed that La Petite Vivandière, as she was called, was a spy in the French interest. And the delighted people are permitted to march through room after room of the grand ducal palace, and admire the slippery floor, the rich hangings, and the spittoons at the doors of all the innumerable chambers. There is one pavilion at Montplaisir which Aurelius Victor XV had arranged, a great prince but too fond of pleasure, and which I am told is a perfect wonder of licentious elegance. It is painted with the story of Bacchus and Ariadne, and the table works in and out of the room by means of a windlass, so that the company was served without any intervention of domestics. But the place was shut up by Barbara, Aurelius XV's widow, a severe and devout princess of the house of Bolcom and regent of the duchy during her son's glorious minority, and after the death of her husband, cut off in the pride of his pleasures. The theatre of Pumpernickel is known and famous in that quarter of Germany. It languished a little when the present Duke in his youth insisted upon having his own operas played there, and it is said one day, in a fury from his place in the orchestra when he attended a rehearsal, broke a bassoon on the head of the chapel-master, who was conducting, and led too slow, and during which time the Duchess Sophia wrote domestic comedies which must have been very dreary to witness. But the prince executes his music in private now, and the Duchess only gives away her plays to the foreigners of distinction who visit her kind little court. It is conducted with no small comfort and splendour. When there are balls, though there may be 400 people at supper, there is a servant in scarlet and lace to attend upon every 4, and every one is served on silver. There are festivals and entertainments going continually on, and the Duke has his chamberlains and equerries, and the Duchess her mistress of the wardrobe and ladies of honour, just like any other and more potent potentates. The constitution is, or was, a moderate despotism, tempered by a chamber that might or might not be elected. I never certainly could hear of it sitting in my time at Pumpernickel. The Prime Minister had lodgings in a second floor, and the Foreign Secretary occupied the comfortable lodgings over Zwieback's Konditorei. The army consisted of a magnificent band that also did duty on the stage, where it was quite pleasant to see the worthy fellows marching in Turkish dresses with rouge on and wooden scimitars, or as Roman warriors with ophicleides and trombones, to see them again, I say, at night, after one had listened to them all the morning, in the Aureliusplatz, where they performed opposite the café where we breakfasted. Besides the band, there was a rich and numerous staff of officers, and, I believe, a few men. Besides the regular sentries, 3 or 4 men, habited as hussars, used to do duty at the palace, but I never saw them on horseback, and, au fait, what was the use of cavalry in a time of profound peace? And whither the deuce should the hussars ride? Everybody that was noble, of course, for as for the bourgeois, we could not quite be expected to take notice of them, visited his neighbour. Her Excellency Madame de Bourst received once a week. Her Excellency Madame de Schnurrbart had her night. The theatre was open twice a week. The court graciously received once, so that a man's life might in fact be a perfect round of pleasure in the unpretending Pumpernickel way. That there were feuds in the palace no one can deny. Politics ran very high at Pumpernickel, and parties were very bitter. There was the Strumpf faction and the Lederlung party, the one supported by our envoy and the other by the French chargé d'affaires, Monsieur de Macabau. Indeed, it sufficed for our minister to stand up for Madame Strumpf, who was clearly the greater singer of the two and had 3 more notes in her voice than Madame Lederlung, her rival. It sufficed, I say, for our minister to advance any opinion to have it instantly contradicted by the French diplomatist. Everybody in the town was ranged in one or other of these factions. The Lederlung was a prettyish little creature, certainly, and her voice, what there was of it, was very sweet, and there is no doubt that the Strumpf was not in her first youth and beauty, and certainly too stout. When she came on in the last scene of the Sonnambula, for instance, in her night chemise, with a lamp in her hand, and had to go out of the window and pass over the plank of the mill, it was all she could do to squeeze out of the window. and the plank used to bend and creak again under her weight. But how she poured out the finale of the opera, and with what a burst of feeling she rushed into Elvino's arms, almost fit to smother him, whereas the little Lederlung... but a truce to this gossip. The fact is that these two women were the two flags of the French and the English party at Pumpernickel, and the society was divided in its allegiance to those two great nations. We had on our side the Home Minister, the Master of the Horse, the Duke's private secretary, and the Prince's tutor, whereas of the French party were the Foreign Minister, the Commander-in-Chief's lady, who had served under Napoleon, and the Hofmarschall and his wife, who was glad enough to get the fashions from Paris, and always had them and her caps by Monsieur de Macabeau's courier. The secretary of his chancery was little Grignac, a young fellow as malicious as Satan, and who made caricatures of tapeworm in all the albums of the place. Their headquarters and table d'hôte were established at the Pariser Hof, the other inn of the town, and though of course these gentlemen were obliged to be civil in public, yet they cut at each other with epigrams that were as sharp as razors, as I have seen a couple of wrestlers in Devonshire lashing at each other's shins, and never showing their agony upon a muscle of their faces. Neither Tapeworm nor Macabeu ever sent home a dispatch to his government without a most savage series of attacks upon his rival. For instance, on our side we would write, "The interests of Great Britain in this place and throughout the whole of Germany are perilled by the continuance in office of the present French envoy. This man is of a character so infamous that he will stick at no falsehood, or hesitate at no crime to attain his ends. He poisons the mind of the court against the English minister, represents the conduct of Great Britain in the most odious and atrocious light, and is, unhappily, backed by a minister whose ignorance and necessities are as notorious as his influence is fatal." On their side they would say, "Monsieur de Tapeworm continues his system of stupid insular arrogance and vulgar falsehood against the greatest nation in the world. Yesterday he was heard to speak lightly of Her Royal Highness Madame the Duchess of Berry. On a former occasion he insulted the heroic Duke of Angoulême and dared to insinuate that His Royal Highness the Duke of Orléans was conspiring against the august throne of the Lilies. His gold is prodigated in every direction which his stupid menaces fail to frighten. By one and the other he has won over creatures of the court here, and, in fine, Pumpernickel will not be quiet, Germany tranquille, France respected, or Europe contente, until this poisonous viper be crushed under heel." And so on. When one side or the other had written any particularly spicy dispatch, news of it was sure to slip out. Before the winter was far advanced, it is actually on record that Emmy took a night and received company with great propriety and modesty. She had a French master who complimented her upon the purity of her accent and her facility of learning. The fact is, she had learned long ago, and grounded herself subsequently in the grammar, so as to be able to teach it to George. And Madame Strumpf came to give her lessons in singing, which she performed so well, and with such a true voice, that the Major's windows, who had lodgings opposite, under the Prime Minister, were always open to hear the lesson. Some of the German ladies, who are very sentimental and simple in their tastes, fell in love with her and began to call her Du at once. These are trivial details, but they relate to happy times. The Major made himself George's tutor, and read Caesar and mathematics with him, and they had a German master, and rode out of evenings by the side of Emmy's carriage. She was always too timid, and made a dreadful outcry at the slightest disturbance on horseback. So she drove about with one of her dear German friends, and Joss asleep on the back seat of the barouche. He was becoming very sweet upon the Gräfin Fanny de Butterbrod, a very gentle, tender-hearted, and unassuming young creature, a canoness and countess in her own right, but with scarcely £10 per year to her fortune, and Fanny for her part declared that to be Amelia's sister was the greatest delight that heaven could bestow on her, and Jos might have put a countess's shield and coronet by the side of his own arms on his carriage and forks, when events occurred, and those grand fêtes given upon the marriage of the hereditary Prince of Pumpernickel with the lovely Princess Amelia of Humburg-Schlippenschloppen took place. At this festival the magnificence displayed was such as had not been known in the little German place since the days of the prodigal Victor XIV. All the neighbouring princes, princesses, and grandees were invited to the feast. Beds rose to half a crown per night in Pumpernickel, and the army was exhausted in providing guards of honour for the highnesses, serenities, and excellencies who arrived from all quarters. The princess was married by proxy at her father's residence by the Count de Schlüsselback. Snuff-boxes were given away in profusion, as we learned from the court jeweller who sold and afterwards bought them back again, and bushels of the order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were sent to the nobles of the court, while hampers of the cordons and decorations of the wheel of St. Catherine of Schlippenschloppen were brought to ours. The French envoy got both. "He's covered with ribbons like a prize cart-horse," Tapeworm said, who was not allowed by the rules of his service to take any decorations. "Let him have the cordons, but with whom is the victory?" The fact is, it was a triumph for British diplomacy, the French party having proposed and tried their utmost to carry a marriage with a princess of the house of Potztausend-Donnerwetter, whom, as a matter of course, we opposed. Everybody was asked to the fêtes of the marriage. Garlands and triumphal arches were hung across the road to welcome the young bride. The great St. Michael's fountain ran with uncommonly sour wine, while that in the Artilleryplatz frothed with beer. The great waters played, the poles were put up in the park and gardens for the happy peasantry, which they might climb at their leisure, carrying off watches, silver forks, prize sausages hung with pink ribbon, etc., at the top. Georgie got one, wrenching it off, having swarmed up the pole to the delight of the spectators, and sliding down with the rapidity of a fall of water. But it was for the glory's sake merely. The boy gave the sausage to a peasant, who had very nearly seized it, and stood at the foot of the mast, blubbering because he was unsuccessful. At the French Chancellery they had 6 more lampions in their illuminations than ours had, but our transparency, which represented the young couple advancing, and discord flying away, with the most ludicrous likeness to the French ambassador, beat the French picture hollow, and I have no doubt got Tapeworm the advancement and the Cross of the Bath, which he subsequently attained. Crowds of foreigners arrived for the fêtes, and of English, of course. Besides the court balls, public balls were given at the town hall and the Redoute, and in the former place there was room for 30-40 and roulette established, for the week of the festivities only, and by one of the great German companies from Ems or Aix-la-Chapelle. The officers or inhabitants of the town were not allowed to play at these games, but strangers, peasants, ladies were admitted, and anyone who chose to lose or win money. That little scapegrace, Georgie Osborne, among others, whose pockets were always full of dollars and whose relations were away at the grand festival of the court, came to the Stadthouse ball in company of his uncle's courier, Mr. Kirsch, and having only peeped into a playroom at Baden-Baden when he hung on Dobbin's arm, and where, of course, he was not permitted to gamble, came eagerly to this part of the entertainment, and hankered round the tables where the croupiers and the punters were at work. Women were playing. They were masked, some of them. This license was allowed in these wild times of carnival. A woman with light hair, in a low dress, by no means so fresh as it had been, and with a black mask on, through the eyelets of which her eyes twinkled strangely, was seated at one of the roulette tables with a card and a pin and a couple of florins before her. As the croupier called out the colour and number, she pricked on the card with great care and regularity, and only ventured her money on the colours after the red or black had come up a certain number of times. It was strange to look at her. But, in spite of her care and assiduity, she guessed wrong, and the last 2 florins followed each other under the croupier's rake, as he cried out with his inexorable voice the winning colour and number. She gave a sigh, a shrug with her shoulders, which were already too much out of her gown, and dashing the pin through the card onto the table, sat thrumming it for a while. Then she looked round her, and saw George's honest face staring at the scene. The little scamp! What business had he to be there? When she saw the boy, at whose face she looked hard through her shining eyes and mask, she said, "Monsieur n'est pas joueur?" "Non, madame," said the boy, but she must have known from his accent of what country he was, for she answered him with a slight foreign tone. "You have never played? Will you do me a little favour?" "What is it?" said Georgie, blushing again. Mr. Kirsch was at work for his part at the Rouge et Noir, and did not see his young master. "Play this for me, if you please. Put it on any number, any number." And she took from her bosom a purse, and out of it a gold piece, the only coin there, and she put it into Georgie's hand. The boy laughed and did as he was bid. The number came up, sure enough. There is a power that arranges that, they say, for beginners. "Thank you," said she, pulling the money towards her. "Thank you. What is your name?" "My name's Osborne," said Georgie, and was fingering in his own pockets for dollars and just about to make a trial, when the Major, in his uniform, and Joss, en marquis, from the court ball, made their appearance. Other people, finding the entertainment stupid, and preferring the fun at the Stadthouse, had quitted the palace ball earlier, but it is probable the Major and Joss had gone home, and found the boy's absence, for the former instantly went up to him, and taking him by the shoulder, pulled him briskly back from the place of temptation. Then, looking round the room, he saw Kirsch employed as we have said, and going up to him, asked how he dared to bring Mr. George to such a place. Laissez-moi tranquille," said Mr. Kirsch, very much excited by play and wine. "Il faut s'amuser, parbleu. Je ne suis pas au service de monsieur." Seeing his condition, the Major did not choose to argue with the man, but contented himself with drawing away George, and asking Joss if he would come away. He was standing close by the lady in the mask, who was playing with pretty good luck now, and looking on, much interested in the game. "Hadn't you better come, Joss?" the Major said, "with George and me?" I'll stop and go home with that rascal Kirsch," Joss said, and for the same reason of modesty, which he thought ought to be preserved before the boy, Dobbin did not care to remonstrate with Joss, but left him, and walked home with Georgie. "Did you play?" asked the Major when they were out and on their way home. The boy said, "No." "Give me your word of honour as a gentleman that you never will." "Why?" said the boy. "It seems very good fun." And in a very eloquent and impressive manner the Major showed him why he shouldn't, and would have enforced his precepts by the example of Georgie's own father, had he liked to say anything that should reflect on the other's memory. When he had housed him, he went to bed, and saw his light, in the little room outside of Amelia's, presently disappear. Amelia's followed half an hour afterwards. I don't know what made the Major note it so accurately. Joss, however, remained behind over the play-table. He was no gambler, but not averse to the little excitement of the sport now and then, and he had some Napoleons clinking in the embroidered pockets of his court waistcoat. He put down one over the fair shoulder of the little gambler before him, and they won. She made a little movement to to make room for him by her side, and just took the skirt of her gown from a vacant chair there. "Come and give me good luck," she said, still in a foreign accent, quite different from that frank and perfectly English "thank you" with which she had saluted Georgie's coup in her favour. The portly gentleman, looking to see that nobody of rank observed him, sat down. He muttered, "Oh, really? Well, now, God bless my soul, I'm very fortunate. I'm sure to give you good fortune," and other words of compliment and confusion. "Do you play much?" the foreign mask said. "I'd put a nap or two down," said Joss, with a superb air, flinging down a gold piece. "Yes, I nap after dinner," said the mask archly. But Joss, looking frightened, she continued in her pretty French accent, "You do not play to win, no more do I. I play to forget, but I cannot. I cannot forget old times, monsieur." "Your little nephew is the image of his father. And you? You are not changed, but yes, you are. Everybody changes, everybody forgets. Nobody has any heart."
"Good God, who is it?"
asked Joss in a flutter. "Can't you guess, Joseph Sedley?" said the little woman in a sad voice, and undoing her mask, she looked at him. "You have forgotten me."
"Good heavens, Mrs. Crawley!"
gasped out Joss. "Rebecca," said the other, putting her hand on his, but she followed the game still all the time she was looking at him. "I'm stopping at the Elephant," she continued. "Ask for Madame de Rodon. I saw my dear Amelia today. How pretty she looked, and how happy. So do you. Everybody but me, who am wretched, Joseph Sedley." And she put her money over from the red to the black, as if by a chance movement of her hand, and while she was wiping her eyes with a pocket handkerchief fringed with torn lace. The red came up again, and she lost the whole of that stake. "Come away," she said. "Come with me a little. We are old friends, are we not, dear Mr. Sedley?" And Mr. Kirsch, having lost all his money by this time, followed his master out into the moonlight, where the illuminations were winking out, and the transparency over our mission was scarcely visible. End of chapter 63.